ASSOCHAM Global Virtual Conference on Audit Risk and Governance. As we know that auditors are exploring various options in the process of examinations of financial transactions on a regular basis to ensure higher degree of accuracy and authenticity towards compliance and procedure and guidelines. The proclaimed time gap challenge between recording of transactions and auditing practice, which otherwise ranges up to 3 months, in some cases can be addressed with an emphasis on use of concurrent auditing. The use of emerging technologies is expected to bring out a transformational shift in discharging the function of auditors. Therefore, artificial intelligence, robotic process automation, audit data standards, and audit data analytics are on the verge to precision, accuracy, and transparency for controlling risk and for ensuring improvised governance in the corporates. To deliberate on recent global developments in audit profession and regulation and to promote good governance in letter and spirit with emphasis on emerging technologies today. This is the second day of 2 days global virtual conference on annual audit risk and governance, emerging opportunity, challenge, and way forward. We have joined by Mr. Shobhit Agrawal. He is the chairman, ASSOCHAM National Council for Internal Audit and Risk Management and senior partner KPMG in India. We have with us Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, President ASSOCHAM and founder and managing director Hiranandani Group of Companies. We have with us Mr. Subhashish Nath, Senior Vice President Enterprise Risk and Compliance, Service Line Leader, Genpact, and founder and mentor to the Global Risk Management Institute. For this session, we have with us for the keynote address CMA Biswarup Basu. He is the President of Institute of Cost Accountants of India. We will be joined by Ms. Janika John. She is the CEO of the IRBA South Africa and Global Chairman of the Board of the Institute of Internal Auditors, USA. We have joined by Mr. Devashish Ghosh, Council Co-Chairman and past President of IIA Kolkata. So now welcome Mr. Shobhit Agrawal, Chairman, ASSOCHAM National Council for Internal Audit and Risk Management, Senior Partner KPMG in India, to please address regarding what everything was covered yesterday and connect for today's program with the participants, sir. So I welcome you, Mr. Shobhit Agrawal.
Santoshji, am I audible?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. To the second day of ASSOCHAM's virtual conference on audit risk and governance. We had an engaging day yesterday with multiple sessions deliberating on various aspects of audit, governance, and emerging risks. Our chief guest, the Honorable and Padma Bhushan Shri D.R. Mehtaji, former chairman of SEBI and former Deputy Governor RBI and former Secretary of Finance to the Government of India, addressed us and brought to the fore critical aspects and also highlighted the need of the hour from the audit and governance process. Some of these key thoughts that I would like to reiterate from yesterday's sessions, which were very aptly put and detailed during the discussions, which come really to my mind upfront. One, we need to dig deeper. There is a lot more that we need to understand as auditors, as forebearers of risk management on behalf of the enterprises and for the general public as a whole. What is really the basis of the transaction? An auditor's mind has to be without fear, a very, very important aspect that Shri Mehtaji brought out, which is important and which would both compel and profess their independence. How do we leverage technology and how can tech be used to do more with less? In these changing times, how do we standardize whatever is the output to enable better understanding and comparability by the readers of the reports? Another important thought, risk is not only owned by the auditor, risk is owned by all the stakeholders. And therefore, everyone must do, and what we need to do is to educate them about that concept. How our auditors need to sharpen their output so that they are not only called on post-transaction, but also pre-transaction. How do they get to be part of the strategic initiatives? I think this is a very important aspect because what happens is that governance, which requires risk management and therefore entails auditing, is generally relegated as a piece of compliance in the general mind of both public as well as any business enterprise. This is where a lot of difference has to be made. This is where the mindset has to change. And it was very nicely brought out that why is it that an auditor needs to come only post the transaction? Why is it that we can't be thought of more strategically and brought on before the transaction so that we understand what the implications of any transaction will be? So that was a very important thought I thought we should dwell upon. How internal audit and risk management needs to finally balance their responsibility to the business, its stakeholders, its investors, shareholders, and the general public at large. How do we customize the audit and governance framework to better address the needs of the industry? I think this is another very important aspect. If we want to make our governance far better, far more acute, far more rigorous, we have to make sure that our audit process is defined and customized for each industry that we serve. That helps us to better manage the risks. And how can we manage risk and make better use of disclosures? So this is what was primarily discussed yesterday. I think if I was to come on to the next round of exciting discussions that we have for you today, they're split into two sessions. This will go on till about 6:30 in the evening. These sessions are a little longer than yesterday's formats, primarily because there is a lot more technical content in them, and hopefully each of the speakers will be able to elaborate more through certain examples to help and aid understanding. These are on emerging technologies in audit, the impact of COVID. We all know that there's been a lot of disruption both to society as well as to business, and the impact of blockchain on audit, just as a criteria. So with that, I'd again like to warmly welcome our distinguished ASSOCHAM Chairman, Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, founder and managing director of Hiranandani Group of companies, to give his welcome address. CMA Biswit Basu, President, Institute of Cost Accountants in India, to give the keynote address on cost audit perspectives. Ms. Janita John, CEO of IRBA South Africa and Global Chairperson of the Board of Institute of Internal Auditors, USA, to give her keynote address on reimagining resilience. Mr. Subhashish Nath, Senior Vice President, Enterprise Risk and Compliance, the service line leader for Genpact and founder and mentor to Global Risk Management Institute, to give his partner address. And finally, Mr. Debashish Ghosh, co-chairman of the Council for Internal Audit and Risk Management of ASSOCHAM and past president of IIA Kolkata, to give the concluding remarks to the opening session. May I now request Dr. Hiranandani to give his welcome address to all. Dr. Hiranandani, sir, over to you.
Thank you. A very good afternoon to each and every one of you. Mr. Shobhit Agarwal, my special thanks to you for having done the organizing so beautifully and led the entire conversation and also summarized what had happened yesterday. I'm really happy that we have Mr. Basu from the Institute of Cost Accountants. We are happy to have Mr. Praveen Kumar, Mr. Ghosh, Mr. Nath, Ms. John, and others who are here today. This is a very, very important year for the subject that we are talking about. When we have a situation like COVID and all the companies are under stress in some way or the other, there are defaults which are taking place. Some of the defaults are considered to be natural in view of the economic situation, but it's not always so, because all the problems which took place in the earlier years are now being questioned as to the manner in which they were done. Was it a correct profile under which they were approved? Was there proper governance at that point of time? And is the default a different cup of tea from the angle of all the stakeholders? We have, of course, seen large number of defaults in a couple of years which have stood out. The Satyam case was the first outstanding one which took place, followed by various other banking issues which have come up. We have also been followed by the issues in ILFS and all the other things, situations which are now coming up. So the discussions which took place yesterday and the discussions which are going to take place today are going to be trendsetters in how we are going to handle audit, how we are going to handle risk, and what should be the governance processes. And government itself is very, very interested, and they have discussed with me. So I will be very, very happy with Mr. Shobhit Agarwal if we can summarize the contents of this and come with certain conclusions which we could offer to government in terms of changes that will take. I only want to flag off a couple of small issues. The first issue is that the stakeholders, including the public, government, and others, are looking at auditors very differently now than they used to. The old famous Kingston Cotton Mills case, where the auditor was only considered a watchdog and not a bloodhound, is historical and goes down in history. But unfortunately, the expectation of the people today is quite different. And we need to understand, how do we actually make and keep the difference between A, auditor, and B, the expectations from the auditor today. I think this is the first most important tool. The second, which I think would be conversation of today, would be, can we utilize a lot of various innovative ideas in order to help the auditor, help the directors, help management in order to have a look at all the aspects of the business. So the digital media with artificial intelligence, and as we talked about blockchain, all these aspects of it need to be considered in order to put this into practice. What if we don't do so? I think it would be disaster in the next couple of years, because the credibility of management, credibility of directors, credibility of auditors, all will go down in vain, because we are not going to be forgiven by the general public, stakeholders, and also the media. I think all these are going to put us in test in the next couple of years. The third, what do the auditors themselves have to say? Because many of them do want to take up increasing role in all the activity. How can we do that? Can there be a system by which internal auditors will actually do a lot of pre-clearances of larger issues that are taking place, so that there is no difficulty in future regarding transactions of a certain size and scale, which comes up for them to also participate or sign off in some manner or whatsoever. All these are worth doing it. And the last and most foremost part would be what the subject is of today. How do you use each aspect of this technology in different aspects of audit? It could be a post-audit, which takes place at the end of the day, or could it be in a different sort of way that talks about artificial intelligence to be utilized in some of these formats? I think it's going to be an interesting conversation today in order to understand what we do. And I would like, if it is possible, to give great publicity to the conclusions that we arise. The reason why I want to say I want to give great publicity is simply because I need all stakeholders, the media, the government, the parties, the stakeholders, the investors, the foreign investors who put in money into the country, all to understand how the role of the auditors take place and what is it that is going to happen in the future. Because not much is changing in terms of all these aspects, which means frauds do continue. It also means that the media is going to be alert. It also means that the people have greater and higher expectations. All these are challenges that we are going to face. I'm sure our deliberations today will at least make an attempt in order to mitigate these issues and put it on the right track so that the future becomes more clear to each one of us. Thank you very much for participating. We're very proud of the entire panel which has joined here today. Thank you very much and look forward to hear all the deliberations and also the conclusions at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President. President, sir, thank you very much. Now I'd like to request Mr. Subhashish Nath, Senior Vice President, Enterprise Risk and Compliance, service line leader, Genpact, and founder and mentor to the Global Risk Management Institute, to present your Risk Management Institute partner address. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, dear Mr. President. Thank you, Shobit, for having me here. Thank you, Devashish, for having pulled me into this initiative. I think it's just a fantastic platform that ASSOCHAM's put together to talk about what today is definitely one of the bigger topics that any of the boards anywhere in the world are talking about. I can tell you that, everyone talks about post-COVID. The first council that almost every large company put together post-COVID was something called the Liquidity Council, because everyone's gone on liquidity, right? So if anyone has got innovative ideas around how to help a company on liquidity, you are definitely going to get the ears of the CEO, the CFO, the board, whoever you want, the promoter, whoever it be. Interestingly enough, as we've spoken to a broad cross-section of our customers, we figured out the second council which resonated the most. And I can guarantee you that as an organization, we had sort of formed about 25 new initiatives and taken it to market within about 6 weeks of COVID being at full strength, impacting everyone. The second council that resonated was the Risk Council. And therefore, it's terrific that ASSOCHAM is actually putting together this kind of an event to talk about what's completely topical. Obviously, I had the fortune of listening into a bunch of the discussions yesterday. Obviously, the internal auditor's perspective, the external auditor's perspective, and Shobit, one of the points that you made very rightly is around why has the audit profession by design almost got relegated to doing everything post facto? Now, part of that is honestly the word audit itself. It's a validation exercise. You go and validate a bunch of financial transactions that have already happened, be it for external audit purpose or for internal audit. And therefore, you can only find faults and hopefully do root causing and plug it for the future. And therefore, as a broader audit and risk professional community, I think we've accepted ourselves as being people who will keep providing assurance, finding faults, and then hopefully help managements correct it for the future. I think your topic of discussion for today, actually, which is more around technology, is an absolute essential for us to be able to do a complete paradigm shift and potentially position audit as a pre-activity versus post. I can tell you that there are tools and technology that we today leverage for clients of literally the Fortune 50 size of transactions. So don't think it can't be done for the big guys, where a host of AP transactions, account payable transactions, host of T&E claims, which happen with multiple languages, happen across 100 different countries, cut across 70 different languages, they get validated in matter of seconds, minutes. So food for thought, as we think about how to very differently position this audit and risk and compliance governance community. Can we truly come in pre? But I think the necessity would be to therefore be able to embrace technology and technology-enabled auditing at a pace and quantum and scale, which I doubt too many of the ARG professionals have really invested time thinking about. I want to use this opportunity to also table and which is why it was a terrific opportunity to be addressing this group, is the lack of talent. If we crossed our hearts, each one of us who today claims to be, including me, claims to be a risk professional, we are risk professionals by default. And what I mean by that is none of us have ever got risk educated. We've learned it on the job, on the fly. We've learned it possibly at the cost of others. Hopefully, many of us, if not all, happen to be ahead of the curve and therefore are able to at least still advise and help our companies or our clients. But this is an area where I always say this, the biggest risk that the business community has is the risk leaders, and the risk community itself is a bunch of untrained risk leaders. That's the biggest risk. Imagine you went to a doctor who didn't know, who had never qualified to be a doctor. You went to a lawyer who never qualified himself to be a legal professional. How safe would you feel? How safe would you feel if an unqualified doctor gave you a medicine when you were really bleeding? How safe would you feel if you had a massive legal case to win and the lawyer didn't even have a legal qualification? For all purposes, risk professionals do not have that. And the reason I, sort of talk about this so passionately and vociferously is that that's the only thing that drove me to actually set up the institute that I did, which is it's time that we acknowledged that this is stuff that our people need to get trained on. I'm almost mortified to share that I've had conversations with deans of some of the best universities in the country. And when I say best, I literally mean universities where every single of us, and including people that we know, would aspire to somehow get a seat. There are deans who've absolutely nonchalantly said, hum to risk padhate hain. Sorry, to translate, yeah, risk is part of our curriculum. That's how worrying our current state of affairs is. And with utmost respect to who I now call my own brethren, which is the academia profession, if we are in a world where we believe that we are teaching people risk by using the word risk in supply chain risk, or because you have to have 5 pages of ICFR or IFC covered because Indian regulation required IFC to be taught, if we thought that is risk, and that's what we are training our people on, I think we have a problem. So as ASSOCHAM as a body thinks about this entire space, as many of the panelists think about how they think about this, how you think about technology through the rest of the day today, I would definitely request and urge all of you to think about how massive is that talent gap, and how fast is that talent gap going to widen if truly risk profession sort of goes up the demand curve at the pace that it should. Because now imagine you already have a gap and your demand curve goes up steep and the supply is still where it is, which is basically zero. So you're going to create a talent gap, which can only come back to hurt us. And I can say this out of, again, the benefit of having been in a couple of big fours, having been in the consulting version world for the last 16 years, having seen enough of large companies. This is not an India problem. This is a much bigger problem. This is a much larger problem, and one has had the fortune of picking this up with some of the senior-most global leaders in risk advisory firms, audit committee members. They all acknowledge it. And what a fantastic opportunity for a platform like ASSOCHAM to actually possibly think about how could you make a difference to an area which I think all of us are convinced is truly important. With that, thank you once again, ASSOCHAM, for putting together a fantastic program and getting us all together. And with that, back to you, the host and chair for the panel.
Thank you so much, Mr. Subhashish Nath. Now I would like to request CMA Biswarup Basu, President Institute of Cost Accountants of India, to please deliver your keynote address on cost audit perspectives. I welcome you, sir.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Respected Shobit Agarwal, Chairman ASSOCHAM, respected Niranjan Hiranandani, President ASSOCHAM, respected Deepak Sood, Secretary General ASSOCHAM, Mr. Vineet Agarwal, Senior Vice President ASSOCHAM, Subhashish Nath, Senior Vice President Enterprise Risk and Compliance Leader, GenPAC, Devashish Ghosh, Council Co-Chairman, Past President IIA Kolkata, Janita John, CEO of IRBA, South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, my professional brothers and sisters, it is my proud pleasure to address you at this moment. COVID-19 pandemic has significantly affected the business activities that will have far-reaching, long-lasting, and incredibly impacting implications. The United Nations has correctly termed this crisis as the worst we have since World War II. The economic impact of the coronavirus pandemic in India has been largely disrupted. The World Bank and rating agencies had initially downgraded India's growth for fiscal year 2021 at the lowest levels that the country has not seen in 3 decades since its economic liberalization in the 1990s. A looming economic crisis triggered by the coronavirus pandemic is a chance for India to enact sweeping reforms to fix ailing sectors and attract more foreign investment to the country. In the post-COVID situation, it is significant to study the role of cost and management accounting while undertaking the reconstruction economy, industries, and businesses. In these difficult times, it is of utmost importance that infrastructure is built, industries and businesses are supported, workers remain engaged, and consumers and general public is protected from any negative economic consequences. For all this, the government has to stand up. Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, with a view to revive the economy and make India self-reliant, has launched the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhijan or Self-Reliant India movement. He said that the coronavirus should be seen as an opportunity, laying emphasis on domestic products and economic self-reliance. At this moment, we all need to unite and support the clarion call given by our Honorable Prime Minister for an Atmanirbhar Bharat. The 5 pillars of Atmanirbhar Bharat are economy, infrastructure, system, vibrant demography, and demand. Whatsoever may be the impact of COVID-19 on global economy, but it is certain that it has brought clear reliability crisis for the Chinese government. Today, far too many companies are planning to move out to a safer and reliable place that is India. Now, the right question to consider is how best to pursue Fortune 1000 companies to move to India. The post-COVID-19 has given India an opportunity to invite all those companies that are leaving China. India has been one of the top choices for such investments, especially after Prime Minister Narendra Modi took charge of the government and started his comprehensive global outreach. With Honorable PM Modi's Make in India campaign and the increase in ease of doing business rankings, India became a shining spot for investors across the globe. But the strategy to invite investors to India should be to provide them cost-effective local inputs, raw material, labor, and infrastructure. The objective of the government is to enhance global competitiveness of Indian manufacturing through appropriate policy support and ensure sustainability of growth, particularly with regard to the environment. Comparison with performance of other countries shows that the industrial policies have succeeded in economies that have had the active involvement of private enterprises and other non-governmental stakeholders. The government of India needs a strategy to accelerate the growth of the country's manufacturing and industrial sector to meet the goals and obtain sustained growth of the economy. In the pre-liberalization era, costing and cost management had a typical role under the controlled and administered price regime. But if a regulated economy leads to unhealthy competition or to predatory exploitation of the consumer, the whole objective of making Indian economy liberalized will be defeated. Regulation is a complex balancing act between advancing the interest of the consumers, competitors, and investors while promoting a wider public interest agenda. The protection of public interest objectives rest with the laws governing competition and the regulatory regimes that have been set up. To play an effective role, These regulatory bodies require cost information from the company, especially when it is doubted that the enterprises are exploiting customers and others, or they are resorting to predatory pricing to create artificial entry barriers for others, or are unduly cross-subsidizing one class of customers at the cost of the other class of customers. Reliable and certified cost provides necessary basis on which these regulatory bodies can base their decisions to ensure justice for everyone in the market. This is not possible without a mandatory maintenance of cost accounting records backed by the statute. Few will disagree that costing and cost accounting norms were not invented just to bolster administered pricing. Free market does not mean throwing away the control system of society. It does not lead to automatic self-regulation. The prerequisite of entering into free trade agreements with various countries is availability of cost data. Similarly, regulatory mechanism is being strengthened for each and every sector with the support of cost and management accounting data and other non-financial information. Availability of detailed and authenticated cost data is a prerequisite for the effective functioning of any regulator. The cost accounting records and audit thereof also ensures a structured and systematic inventory valuation. Cost audit is also a potent tool for detecting and preventing frauds and is essential to support the functions of the Serious Fraud Investigation Office, which has been strengthened by incorporating new provisions in the Companies Act 2013. Considering the maturity levels of cost and management accounting in Indian economy caused by the legacy of protected environment, we have a long way to traverse without the luxury of time. We do not have the luxury of a long experience curve for this to happen and need to work out the strategies, including policy intervention, which will position cost and management accountant as a soft infrastructure towards building national competitiveness. Mere collection of financial information for financial reporting is not sufficient, but the same supplemented with a costing system drawing on same data and proper analysis of the same helps the management to make proper decisions. The key word is accountability. A strong auditing system, both financial and cost, ensures an efficient corporate reporting system. Cost audit, supported by cost accounting standards, provide relevant and credible cost and revenue data to regulators as well as revenue authorities to support their decision. Cost audit reports provides vital information which can be used by various regulators and government authorities not only in the determination or deciding on policies, but also for keeping required control wherever necessary. In order to assess the productivity of some important industries that had direct bearing on the supply management system for the growth of Indian economy and a service to the society, it was felt necessary to maintain information on input cost of products, machine utilization, unit selling prices, and profitability of individual products. The real beginning of cost accounting mechanism in the country, however, started in 1965 when the Companies Act 1956 was amended to incorporate the provisions relating to maintenance of cost accounting records and cost audit. These amendments were made on the basis of recommendation received from Vivian Bose Commission, Datta Commission, and Sastry Committee. Later, when the Companies Act 1956 was replaced by the Companies Act 2013, relevant provisions were made under Section 148. Under this provision, the cost accounting and audit rules were notified in stages for various industries and products. Since then, this framework inculcated a sense of cost consciousness in large companies and also helped them to face the fierce competitive forces arising out of the post-1991 liberalization and globalization. It also served well the legal and non-legal requirements of various regulatory authorities, government agencies, tariff price fixation bodies, research organizations, etc. Further, maintaining cost accounting data benefited all stakeholders of a company, tax authorities, shareholder, and financial institutions. While there is a widespread recognition of introducing an effective enterprise risk management system in all companies, it was realized that such risk management system would require good cost information system. Therefore, such a system should continue to exist to ensure that companies maintain appropriate cost information and slowly mature in the cost and management accounting framework. Further, the cost audit would ensure that such systems are in place in all companies. As part of the process, cost audit would measure the parameters indicating the efficiency in the effective utilization of financial, physical, and human resources. Cost audit is not a routine exercise with respect to verification or attestation of cost records and related documents. It brings out the weakness in the internal working of a company for the benefit of the management and other agencies for necessary action. While financial audit, internal audit, and secretarial audit are all basically attest function, the cost audit brings a different perspective on productivity, waste management, product mix, resource allocation, power utilization, and in several other ways in which management has to be constantly vigilant to sustain competition in the local or global market. The liberalization of the economy did not change the utility of cost accounting system, as the necessity for and utility of properly documented cost data has been one of the main sources for assessing the cost efficiency. The information derived from cost records and cost audit reports is maintained under existing statutes, as these facilitates the corporates, bankers, financial institutions, and regulators in deciding matters relating to risk assessment and efficient risk management, as the parameters prescribed extensively cover relevant information for managerial decision making to ensure performance and governance. Studies are done on the basis of data available from cost audit reports on enhancing the competitiveness of the domestic manufacturers, focusing on area delineated under the National Manufacturing Policy and also of the Make in India initiative. The cost data is useful for the central government while entering into free trade agreements with other countries. Cost data is also relevant for the various stakeholders like bank and financial institutions to make performance analysis, interfirm comparison and monitoring, and also for lenders and creditors, shareholders, employees, consumers, etc. Similarly, such data can also be used for economic analysis, competitiveness studies, and benchmarking studies by academic institutions, research bodies, management schools, etc. Cost information is also useful for determination of fair price study. Cost audit can also be used as a potent tool for detecting and preventing frauds and is essential to support the functions of serious fraud investigation officer, which has been strengthened by incorporating new provisions on SFIO under the 203I Act. Availability of detailed cost data is a prerequisite for the effective function of any regulator. Today, more than 80% of international trade disputes relate to transfer pricing, which in turn requires cost data to determine the arm's length price. Benchmarking and assessment of competitiveness for different industries requires cost data. Competition Commission has been continuously seeking cost data for many sectors. Cost information plays a critical role in transfer pricing, predatory pricing, fixation of margin of dumping for the purpose of levying anti-dumping duty, free trade agreement, consumer protection, revival of sick companies and corporate governments. In terms of utility of cost audit report, besides the company management, these reports and cost data is of immense use to the regulators and various agencies of government in relation to subsidy determination. Administered pricing, direct and indirect taxes, inquiry proceedings, determination of goods for inclusion under free trade agreements, transfer pricing for related party transactions under the Income Tax Act, cases of unfair trade practices such as price rigging, cartelization, overcharging, discriminatory pricing, profiteering, and siphoning of funds, valuation of goods under anti-dumping and other agreements under World Trade Organization, valuation of goods for captive consumption, valuation of imports, valuation of assets, and also for IPR, etc. In some of the developed countries, cost data is also used for defense contracts. Back home, both direct and indirect tax authorities use cost audit reports extensively in tax assessment and to minimize tax evasion. The income tax authorities have made it mandatory to file cost auditor's observation along with the tax audit report. All GST data requirements are available in the cost audit report and cost statements. Further, with the introduction of revised Schedule 6, cost audit report is the only source of authentic quantitative data of production and sales, which is essential to safeguard the revenue. The cost accounting records and audit thereof also ensures a structured and systematic inventory valuation. Authenticated and cost information derived from cost records and cost audit reports even facilitates the Tariff Commission in making technical evaluation based on cost and financial analysis, which provides study-based inputs for informed decision-making by government. The emphasis of the Tariff Commission studies is enhancing the competitiveness of the domestic manufacturers, focusing on areas delineated in the National Manufacturing Policy. The information derived from cost accounting records and cost audit reports facilitates in making effective study unit-wise, product-wise, process-wise, and forms a tool for enabling informed decision making and analyzing the data and information from inter alia competitiveness perspective of the studied product sector or industry. I would take this opportunity to share with you that SEBI had earlier recommended that all listed companies engaged in the production of goods and rendering of services in both regulated and non-regulated sectors shall be mandatorily covered under the framework of cost records and audit. SEBI even recommended for half-yearly or quarterly audit or limited review in case of all listed companies. It further recommended circulation of selected information to the shareholders of the company containing cost trends, key performance indicator, risk assessment, or key risk indicators. CSR details trends or factors like external economic conditions and internal efficiency, etc. as part of management analysis section of the annual report to meet with the overall objectives of good corporate governance. In respect of listed companies, in our perspective, three areas are most significant. First, relates to
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Basu.
yes,
If you can wrap up within 2 minutes, I'll be very.
yes, I will try to. I will try to.
Yes.
Kindly, sir. Thank you so much. Thanks, Devashish.
At this occasion, I feel happy to share with you views expressed by the ASSOCHAM before an expert committee constituted in 2014 to review the cost accounting and audit rules. Among others, the ASSOCHAM has said the cost audit report format does not include report on performance evaluation, which was a part of reporting as per 2000 rules. Performance evaluation report form an expert is useful in understanding the scope for improving performance. Considering its value addition and usefulness to the industry, government, tax authorities, investors, and consumers, there is an urgent need to increase the ambit of statutory maintenance of cost accounting records and cost audit in all manufacturing and service industries. I wish all of you and your families very healthy and happy life free from all ill effects of Corona. Please also accept my greetings for Shubho Deepavali. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CMA Biswaru Basu, President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, for your enlightening, elaborative cost audit perspective subject. So now it's my privilege to welcome Ms. Janita John. She is the CEO of the II and Global Chairman of the Board of Institute of Internal Auditors, USA. I welcome you, Ms. Janita John, to deliver a keynote address on reimagining resilience.
Thank you very much. I'm going to share my screen quickly. So I just want to get to that page. And let's just quickly get to the front of my page and go back there. Bear with me in a minute. I'll be with you. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes,
yeah?
we can.
All good?
We do.
Thank you very much. Namaste, India. It is such a pleasure to be with you again. I've done now 3 or 4 conferences in India and I enjoy every moment of it. It's obviously my heritage. I am of Indian descent. And I love sharing and listening to all of the presenters that come on board as well. And obviously, it's an honor for me to be with you, an association that's over 100 years old. So really, you've got a lot of wisdom, a lot of knowledge, and can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. So yes, I am a chartered accountant. I am the regulator of the accounting body, auditing body in South Africa, as well as the chairman of the Global Institute of Internal Auditors based in Florida, where we look after over 200,000 members in over 170 countries. And yes, it is my pleasure to share with you and talk to you about the role of internal audit and how internal audit can help organizations traverse this unpredictable times that we're living in. So I've got a couple of slides that I would like to share with you. And the reason I chose the theme Reimagining Resilience is about the fact that internal audit has been in many organizations for many years now, and they've got incredible wisdom and have this ability to bounce back. So what I will talk to you about is resilience and internal audit, what it means for internal audit. And I'll talk about the ramifications in terms of COVID-19. We all know it's going to be there to continue altering the landscape that we live in. The year is going to be challenging. Next year is going to be challenging. So how do we adapt to this novel tomorrow? And then, yes, we all need to transform, whether we're in internal audit or not. A transformation, I'm going to talk about transforming using TACT, TACTT, which is technology, agility, collaboration, tenacity, and talent. And this obviously will help us remain relevant and sustainable in our own professions that we actually work in. I'll also cover some of the critical role of the new lines, 3 lines model. I'm sure some of you are familiar with it. It was the new refreshed model was launched in July 2020. And then I'll talk through some final thoughts and see if we've got any questions and answers at the end of the day. So what is resilience? Resilience, and why is it important? And how do you know if you're resilient enough? So you see the little guy hopping all over the screen, trying to get to the target and reach his aspirations. And yes, so resilience is typically defined as the capacity to recover, to rebound from challenges. It's your ability to withstand adversity, bounce back, and achieve despite life's downturns. For me, resilience is like hiking up a mountain without a trail map. You know, it takes courage, it takes tools, it takes strength and help from the people around you. You're likely to experience setbacks along the way, but eventually you're going to reach the top and look back and say, look how far I've come. And now this is what we all need to possess to help our organizations thrive. Now, for internal auditors and their organizations, resilience demands far-reaching transformation. Now, so why do we need to transform? And when I'm talking internal auditors, I also mean across the 3 lines. You all heard about living in this VUCA world, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. And now that's somewhat changed to what we call the tuna world, turbulent, uncertain, novel, and ambiguous world. So the external environment around us is actually changing rapidly and unpredictably. What worked yesterday may not work tomorrow. So executives need to respond by trying to predict the future. We need to figure out what are those early warning signals that we need in our organizations to try and identify what needs to change. And it's the same goes for internal audit as well. You need to transform your people, processes, and platforms. This is a slide I like sharing just to remind participants and attendees that this is hotspots over time, and it's not necessarily audit hotspots, it's business hotspots over time. You'll see the repetition, and it's something that's derived from various thought leadership materials that is out there. It's about doing research, it's about staying abreast with all of these aspects that are put out there to help you plan your way forward, whether you're sitting in first line, second line, or third line. So you see on this little spreadsheet that I've got on the screen, you see the repetition of hotspots over the years. It still prevails in audit plans today, like cybersecurity, data governance, third-party relationships. But key questions that should be asked now for auditors specifically is, how do we reprioritize based on the current changes that have been brought on by the pandemic itself? And knowing full well, if we sit back and reflect, the control environment in organizations is no longer confined to on-premise physical sites. It has expanded into the virtual world, into employee homes, into the cloud. So whilst, yes, in 2020, the key themes are still prevalent, we need to review our audit approach, reprioritize audit plans, and realign audit objectives to actually align to that of business. So you'll hear many of the speakers today talk about how businesses are realigning, talk about different cost accounting methods, talk about a whole host of different aspects. But as auditors, you need to realign to business priorities. Businesses are now focusing on business continuity, crisis response, operational resilience, and sustainability. And those things are marked in red on this particular slide. So I want to remind you that change is constant. And the velocity of risk is increasing, and it's increasing so rapidly. What I've got on this slide is over the years, we have seen different forms of crises with different impacts, whether it is Enron, whether it's WorldCom, whether it was the financial crisis, 2008, 2009, you had the BP oil spill, then you've had the nuclear disaster in Japan, the GDPR aspect that came up about in 2018. And this year, it seems surreal that we're sitting now 10 months into the year, and this year in January, when World Economic Forum sat, it was sustainability and climate change as key themes, whilst we were experiencing the onset of COVID-19, a pandemic that has changed our lives forever. And as the saying goes, the The question, it's don't waste a good crisis. The question we need to be asking is what next? Let's use the crisis that we've experienced. Let's conduct postmortems. Let's try to acquire some anticipation skills and offer proactive advice to management on emerging issues in organizations that we serve. So yes, from a coronavirus perspective, it's creating vast challenges for governments, societies, and economies on an unparalleled scale. We've experienced it. I mean, when I was in India earlier on this year in January, late January, early Feb, I think coronavirus stats were only 3 for the country. And look where you are today. You know, it is mind-boggling. It has really caused massive change. It's coming at colossal cost to economies. Governments are putting in stimulus plans in place, new regulations, relief measures, all to ensure that citizens and businesses actually stay afloat. Now, we all know that the knock-on effects of the virus are seemingly endless, and the remnants will leave scars for many organizations, many citizens, people that are going to battle, organizations that are going to battle with long-term viability, business continuity, supply chain impacts, human resources challenges. Now, what this episode calls for is astute leadership with proper plans and foresight. No longer can we sit with traditional strategy methods that assume stability and predictability. It is what is required is what we call strategic reframing. You've got to be able to challenge your current assumptions, refresh your strat plans, think about future possibilities, and consider different assumptions and conditions and scenarios that will contribute to disruptive change that we're experiencing. Now, similarly, for internal auditors, you need to rally and assist, mobilize your audit teams for remote auditing, communicate with your stakeholders, reassess risks in organizations. So the impact on internal audit is very similar to the impact on the organization itself. And I like to package it under 3 Ps, which is called people, processes, and platforms. Now, each business is unique, but in essence, under people, we have employees working remotely, we have the loss of jobs, we have customers interacting online, we have supply chain disruptions that were experienced during lockdown, we have limited logistics, we have regulators that are moving swiftly to enact new laws, like in the medical field when it comes to PPE. You've got lenders and funders that are negotiating new rules around payment terms, sustainability concerns to grant more credit without actually collateral, and understanding the implications around collateral and how you're going to recover these monies. Under processes, internal audit is about 2 aspects. It's providing the assurance on adequacy and effectiveness, which means that your processes need to be redesigned, knowing full well that the control environment has changed. The control environment has expanded virtually, and it's not just physical anymore. So yes, you've got your policies, revised policies on safeguarding in company assets, your remote work policies, the transmission of data from an information security perspective, the well-being of customers, the well-being of your employees, assessing productivity. Under platforms, many organizations actually looked at new technologies to facilitate remote working, to facilitate new products for customers, team meetings, governance meetings, different network access, faster transmission of data, encryption, cloud storage. And all of this means that the control environment, as I've mentioned, has changed the virtual and physical world. And what it means is that you need to concentrate and strengthen compliance, security, crisis plans, productivity, and overall governance oversight. And this means there's going to be intense scrutiny on budgets, on human capital, on technology in organizations. Now, internal audit is not immune to this. You're going to experience budget cuts. You're going to have human capital issues. You're going to have to be able to do more with less. Okay, you've got to create new relationships. You've got to rethink the tools that you're using to provide and enable remote auditing to your organization. Now, during this phase, there was a lot of lessons learned in terms of what, things that went right. And I'll also talk to you equally so on things that went wrong. Now, within internal audit, you had a lot of aspects in terms of some that were quick to update plans, some that were able to reassess risks swiftly, jump onto crisis response teams, and put aside normal audits and assist organizations. And by that, they provided additional value by being agile and flexible. What we also saw from a going right perspective was the fact that globally, even at IIA head office, we created a COVID-19 exchange where auditors across the world were able to share with each other what they were doing during this pandemic, how to engage and use new tools in organizations to add value to your organizations during these times. But what I especially appreciated was the fact that you've had virtual platforms and webinars where we could talk across. I mean, the world was indeed, or is indeed now, borderless. We could talk across, share, benchmark, and creativity and innovation in terms of making sure we carry on with our craft in internal audit. And these were things that went right in terms of internal auditors. But equally so, we had areas where things went wrong because there were auditors that were a bit shy or hesitant to take on this high profile role that came with auditing during a time of crisis. Okay, they were not able to adequately map the key risks. They had a delayed understanding of full range of risks. And internal auditors, some of them were not involved soon enough. Now we will be undertaking more polls to actually engage, because a lot of the times when we did these initial surveys, they were done earlier on in the year when COVID had just commenced, which means that things have changed subsequently, and hopefully we're now able to see that internal auditors are more involved, internal auditors understand the ramifications of what we're experiencing and are now able to audit in a crisis mode. So my next slide is focusing on how do we respond with resilience during this period. By this, I mean, how do we advance during this period of adversity through remaining goal-focused, tenacious, and we still deliver on our value proposition. Now, this is a very generic slide. What I've done here is I've been able to package not just the broad impact of COVID itself, but bring it down to a granular level as to the different areas of an organization that COVID has impacted. So it depicts the critical focus areas for internal auditors and anybody that wants to actually use the slide in the three lines itself. And it's in no specific order. Some of it may not be applicable to your own organizations, but I do hope that it allows you to reflect and realign some of the work that you do in your organizations. And sure, it is not a time for inertia. It's a time for us to be proactive as a collective. So yes, initially all organizations had to go live rapidly with their business continuity and operational resilience plans. And as auditors, you need to ask yourselves the questions. When last did you actually audit business continuity and operational resilience? What were the outcomes of that audit? Did you test different scenarios? Have some of those things actually come to fruition now whilst you're working in this crisis mode? Have you offered data-driven insights to your organization during this time? Now, we've also experienced to affect remote work, as I discussed earlier, people that interact with the business, whether it's third-party contracts, your supply chain management, it's your IT infrastructure, your relationships, your human capital, policies and procedures, all of it needed to be redesigned against that new control environment that I've spoken about. Insider threat becomes a reality. Information governance, whether it's record keeping, whether it's data security, whether it's data quality, is a key imperative. How are assets being safeguarded? Are digital signatures being recognized? Are recording and decision making within the organization, for example, at virtual governance committees, how is that being done? Is there delegations of authority change? Technology resilience is another key area to focus on. New platforms have been acquired. Broadband costs, the implications for your organizations, new products, cloud storage, the fact that we're using Zoom, Microsoft Office Teams, the information security that goes with that, the recording of governance meetings. Cyber risks has been definitely elevated in terms of how we're working. For auditors specifically, general and application controls need smarter testing mechanisms. New audit scripts for confidentiality, availability, and integrity of data needs to be thought of and created. Now, all of this impacts on that very first block that I've got there on sustainability. whether it's organizational sustainability holistically, not just financial, whether it is aspects around the going concern principle, whether we're talking about liquidity, revenue, capital adequacy, cash flows, tax impact, debt covenants. Do we run the risk of actually breaching our debt covenants? What are the implications for insurance? What about key succession planning, especially for key persons in the organization? And not forgetting that the entire control environment and the governance ecosystem actually becomes susceptible to fraud and cybercrime. Now, as the eyes and ears of organizations, I'm talking to the internal auditors. You need to be attuned to this entire, all these blocks. And again, it's not exhaustive. You could have had more things, more ideas, that you need to actually be attuned to all of these changes that are taking place in your organization and participate during this time of ambiguity and realign accordingly so that you're actually adding value to your organization, demonstrating that you know how to change your audit plans and realign yourself. Now, from the perspective of refocusing on new realities, and I don't think it's actually new realities per se, but we had experienced a lot of this pre-pandemic. It's still prevalent in our businesses today, but now with increasing intensity brought on by the coronavirus. And the ones that I'd like to talk about, a business model rethink against technology disruption. I mean, all of us know we were living in this age of the fourth industrial revolution, which meant that you need many organizations were in transition, many operating models. And I've concocted a little formula for that, which I call D squared C to the power 5. D squared, because many organizations, the operating models were moving towards data and digital, data being the new oil, data being the new asset, whether it's structured, whether it's unstructured data, how do you monetize this? Obviously, all informed by being on a digital platform. Now, data and digital is shaped by C to the power 5. C to the power 5 being C, your customer expectations and how that has changed over time. The competition in understanding the competitive landscape that you operate in, culture and conduct indicators, understanding the ramifications and the reputational consequence that can emerge from culture and conduct for organizations, understanding from a compliance perspective what has happened in that space and the regulatory regime actually causing a convergence of different disciplines in organizations. And then the cyber world we're living in. You've got to be vigilant, you've got to be resilient. So models were being changed along these lines. Not forgetting the changing global and economic and political conditions. We need to be able to make sure we stay attuned to the geopolitical issues, trade regulations, the resultant impact it has on economies and relationships. Cybersecurity threats I've spoken about, living in the fourth industrial cyber physical space. It's now accelerated, advanced. It introduces new risks, especially for organizations that were lagging. Talent and workforce management on top of many corporate agendas, succession, retention, salary sacrifices, furloughs, unemployment, negotiating with labor unions, the increased regulatory burden. I've spoken about compliance earlier. The fact that whenever there's a crisis, there's more regulation. What it's done, it's caused, whether you're an accountant, auditor, governance role, compliance role, risk management role, actuarial role, it has, and whether it's IFRS 9, whether it's IFRS 15, whether it's IFRS 16 or 17 on insurance that's coming in, whether it's cross-border reporting, GDPR, all of these aspects have caused these different disciplines to converge. So collaboration becomes key, collaboration across the 3 lines model. I'm going to talk about it a little bit later on. Consumer spending and behavior during this time, we've seen what has changed. It has been fast-tracked. Online is the new normal. It requires faster decision-making, quicker fulfillment. Let's not forget the corporate scandals, and not just corporate scandals that have taken place. Wells Fargo in the US, Carillion in the UK, Satyam in India, Steinhoff in South Africa, or Wirecard in Europe. Focus on the post-mortem analysis, the lessons learned from these corporate scandals. How can it have an impact on your organization? Understand what went wrong. On investor activism, attend your annual general meetings. Watch how remuneration philosophies actually interface with operational performance in organization. Is it creating anxiety? Do shareholders speak up? Do analysts speak up at these investor meetings? The blended value proposition, going back to the World Economic Forum and sustainability and non-financial reporting aspects linked to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Who's giving the assurance on non-financial aspects? We all understand that economic value and social value actually work in concert with each other. So every organization has a role to play. But is this being measured? Is this being monitored in organizations today? Who's providing the assurance on those particular aspects? Public-private partnerships and the role of government. This is also escalated. Yes, indeed, to save humanity, the convergence and strength of all is required. But government relief programs, the stimulus mechanisms impacting businesses and your own people in your organizations. I mean, we know in South Africa, and I know many countries are experiencing this, the corruption that came with these stimulus programs and relief mechanisms. So hence a lot of transparency and rigor is needed as well when your organization is impacted by these public-private partnerships specifically. So internal audit in the novel tomorrow, here it's extremely important. While we're waiting for the new vaccine, whilst economies are indeed fragile, whilst the digital divide still exists, the world is changing, a new tomorrow is also emerging. Opportunities are being created. We've got reformed healthcare, remote education, redefined supply chain management, online shopping, tighter insurance, interconnectivity, respect for the environment. All of these are realities and they're here to stay. And as I mentioned earlier, recovery is going to be long and arduous. And organizations need to know that internal audit, with its unique organizational positioning and those that actually execute proficiently on their mandate, you still need that VUCA leadership. Be visionary, understand challenges, obtain clarity, refocus, be agile, innovative, and swift to respond. Internal audit with that unique positioning can no doubt add organizational value, improve operations, and make sure that you have an enterprise-wide perspective or a holistic view of risk management, control, and governance in the organizations we are in today. So auditors have to seize that opportunity, participate in crisis management committees, identify new and changed risks, prepare to deal with pressures in terms of crossing the line, but know, yes, that we have safeguards in place. How do you identify that? Eliminate duplications, work across the 3 lines, be agile, find ways to work remotely, ramp up data analytics. So you've got to be able to seize that opportunity. So to evolve and to transform and ultimately remain sustainable, I want to implore you and encourage you to consider the key attributes of TACT, T-A-C-T-T, technology, agility, collaboration, talent, and tenacity. So this word TACT, T-A-C-T, all of us are familiar with, right? In the dictionary, it's defined as a keen sense of what to say or to do in complex times. It's a skill in dealing with difficult and delicate situations. It allows us to be honest while respecting others. When we communicate tactfully, we can preserve relationships, we can build credibility and demonstrate precision. Now, in terms of my TACTT, I'm going to talk about, and I'm going to break them down. So yes, we're living in a world of technology, 4th industrial revolution, data analytics, robotic process automation, artificial intelligence. All of these enable continuous monitoring and faster detection of problems. Now, yes, it's a winner. You've got to be able to embrace technology in your audit methodology and your audit approach. It helps you to improve focus on risks and big picture. It also encourages you to have skills to deal with the day-to-day challenging times. You must be able to leverage GRC platforms within your organization, governance, risk, and compliance platforms, understand the cyber world risks and opportunities and what goes with that. So you've got to make sure you are astute with technology. From an agility perspective, you've got to have that ability to anticipate and respond swiftly to the changing landscape, reshape our thinking and our methodology. Now, it's generally a challenge for tight-knit teams, but is required to ensure that audit activities align with organizational priorities. Now, move away from just sharing audit observations. You must look at optimization and efficiencies, provide more reliable and relevant insights and advice to foster innovation and improvement. Try to anticipate emerging issues for your organization by being commercially savvy. And it's not just agile in methodology, but you've got to have an agile mind as well. So important for us to make sure that we understand what agile means for us. Collaboration. This is very much a strategic attribute for me. It's that ability to work together even when apart. You've got to understand that necessity of shared resources. What COVID has brought is free content, free webinars, free conferences. What it has caused, as I spoke about earlier, is the convergence. Regulation has caused the convergence of different disciplines. We've got to be able to embrace combined assurance, adopt the 3 lines model. And what I wanted to talk about was a concept I call innate intelligence. Now, many of us will be familiar with innate intelligence. You know, when you're at school, you get measured on your IQ, your own mind, and the intelligence of your mind. When you get into the workplace, you're measured on your EQ, which is emotional intelligence, how your mind works. But there's 2 new ones called CQ and AQ. CQ is to do with your collaborative, connective, collective, cultural intelligence that we have in organizations. Every individual is unique, bringing together different types of skills, different types of experience. How do we harness that in organizations? And then the AQ is your adversity quotient. And that's your ability to change challenges into opportunities. Now, in doing all of this and adopting and embracing all of this, you will get the tone at the top, the tune in the middle, and the rhythm on the dance floor to work in sync with each other. I turn to
sorry to interrupt, Ms. Janita. Please wrap up in 2 minutes.
Okay, so talent and tenacity, I'm going to cover it together now. And that's around having that ability to continuously fuel your ability to work with energy in an organization, embrace diversity, adapting to non-audit roles, nurturing that innate intelligence, adopting the drone mentality. Tenacity is that ability to have courage to share views without fear or favor, without prejudice, providing advice and assurance to help stakeholders understand the internal and external environments in which they operate, make better informed risk-based decisions, and must understand that we all are serving the greater public good, and that must be top of mind at all times. So remaining relevant, it's important for us to understand our different stakeholders, calibrate your stakeholder expectations, measure value add and ongoing refinement, embrace the smarter tools, be agile, learn, reskill, and reboot. All of this guided by the 3 lines model. I encourage you to go and read the paper that was produced in July itself. It's a show winner to Reimagining Resilience. It focuses a lot on governance and the governance ecosystem as depicted on the picture on the screen. It focuses on accountability, actions, and assurance, and who actually plays the different roles. But overall, the big emphasis is on alignment, collaboration, communication across the organization. So yes, reimagining resilience is about working together, rescan the landscape, refocus on new realities, reshape audit perceptions, and reinvent internal audit. We must no doubt know the future is ours. It belongs to all those that are prepared for it. I thank you very much for affording me this opportunity to talk to you. And I want to encourage you to please take care, be safe. Bahut shukriya. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Janita John, for a great, insightful presentation on resilience. And now I would like to request Mr. Devashish Ghosh to please come for vote of thanks, please.
Thank you, Santosh. I'm audible?
Yeah, you are perfectly audible, sir.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure and satisfaction to give vote of thanks for the inaugural session of day 2 of the Audit, Risk and Governance conference being organized by ASSOCHAM. Firstly, we must applaud ASSOCHAM for bringing so many eminent speakers in 2 days conference on ARG. With series of financial scam coming in light in last few years, it has become imperative that the role and responsibilities of audit and risk professionals have come under lenses. The expectation from them has risen by leaps and bounds. Hence, this conference will have a lot of takeaways from all the professionals. The day 2 of the conference began with the opening remark of the session by Mr. Shubhajit Agarwal, Chairman, National Council of Internal Audit and Risk Management. He spoke about the context of this conference and gave an overview of today's program. We thank Mr. Agarwal for his address. This was followed by the welcome address by Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, President ASSOCHAM. He explained the role of ASSOCHAM in highlighting the industry-related issues with government in different forums and how the chamber is playing pivotal role in bringing structural changes in government policies by giving industry perspective. We thank you, sir, for your address to our participant. The third speaker was from our partner of the conference, GRMI, Mr. Subhashish Nath, Senior VP, Enterprise Risk and Compliance Leader of GenPact, spoke about the global risk scenario and how GRMI is shaping the career of risk professionals to take up a career in risk management. On behalf of ASSOCHAM, we thank Mr. Nath for highlighting us about the recent trends in risk management. The first keynote address on the theme Cost Audit Perspective was delivered by CAB Bishwarup Basu, President, Institute of Cost Accountants of India. Mr. Basu spoke about the cost audit guidelines and how cost auditors can do great value addition to the regulators. The cost auditors data being used by SFIO to detect and prevent fraud. We sincerely thank Mr. Basu for taking time out from his busy schedule to deliver the keynote address to our participants. The final speaker of the session was Ms. Jenitha John, Chairperson, Institute of Internal Auditors Global. She delivered her keynote address on reimagining resilience. Ms. Jenitha spoke about the future of internal audit and her thoughts on today's crisis that requires organization to not only bounce back, but also to bounce forward to achieve far-reaching transformation. She spoke about TAC, TACTT, that is technology, agility, collaboration, talent, and tenacity. From ASSOCHAM, we thank you, ma'am, for taking time out from your busy schedule to address our participants. Our sincere gratitude to all our esteemed speakers for sharing their thoughts and with the participants. It has really been an exciting opening session for the day 2 of the conference, and it has set the tone for the day ahead. Now I hand over to the coordinator for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Devashish. Now I request and invite the panelist and moderator of the session, Mr. Praveen Kumar, National Head Assurance, ASA and Associate is the moderator of this session. I would request CA Rajiv, the third partner, Internal Audit and Risk Consulting, KPMG. We have with us CA David Jones, Chartered Accountant from New Delhi. We have joined by Mr. Sanat Bhatt. He is Chartered Accountant and Blockchain Service Leader in IBM Thailand. We have with us CA Vinod Kashyap, Director NextGen Knowledge Solutions Private Limited and Indian Head of Delegation for ISO TC 295. And indeed, he is the brainchild for this particular entire conference idea conceptualizations from the very beginning. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. And we will have, we are going to be joined by Mr. Brian Fox, CPA, founder of Confirmation, Vice President of Strategic Partnership at Thomson Reuters. We have CA Kiran Bafna, Country Head India Confirmation, a part of Thomson Reuters. And Jogani, Director Strategic Accounts, Client Management and Information. So I request and invite Mr. Praveen Kumar to take over the session. One more request I would like to say, sir, and it's my apology that there is a delay in the session. The time stress in the inaugural session for a couple of minutes, but wherever it is possible, please confine the time wherever it is under management of yours, sir. Thank you so much. I request and invite the panelists and moderators.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Shobhit, and good afternoon, Mr. Devashish. Thank you so much for this opportunity to moderate this session. We have a galaxy of speakers in this particular session. So this begins with a discussion on emerging technologies in audit. Then we will move on to audit data standards, and then impact of COVID on audits. So we have wonderful speakers and excellent presentations from them. So I understand that Thailand has based inbound implementing blockchain infrastructure. So we have Sanat Bhatt with us, who is service leader with IBM Thailand, and is involved in this particular exercise where the Thailand government has implemented this blockchain infrastructure. Uh, this is basically going to change the way audit is being done or will be done. So maybe we begin with a presentation by Sanat Bhatt on his experience and the journey of Thailand in this particular exercise of implementing blockchain. So Sanat,
very happy to be here. Thank you, Santosh Parashar and everyone. I'm grateful to be here. Parveen sir and Santosh sir, if I can get an access to present, I think I can have my screen up.
Mr. Aditya Birla, do you provide the access?
Yeah, thank you. Right. Thank you, Parveen sir. So, as you said, Parveen sir, I'll start with putting up a context from a vision perspective on what we are doing and what is happening currently in the Thailand ecosystem when it comes to the audit and governance perspective, and how blockchain from an infrastructure and a nationwide infrastructure standpoint is being looked forward for getting a very high level of audit and governance in the ecosystem. So the coin that's termed here, and we understand here in Thailand, we call it digital audit infrastructure, and which is a vision of having a nationwide blockchain infrastructure for achieving two specific portions. One is to have a unique single digital identity, which is traceable, auditable, non-tamperable, highly secured, and at the highly secured bedrock of identity for the corporates as well as the citizens at the same time, which then becomes a tailing edge or a tailing point for the banks to have the KYC and AML to tag along, thereby it becoming a unique registry of identity maintained for the ecosystem at a whole, with all the multiple participants adding their points of value to it. So that's the first vision, or a grandeur vision, that we look at, a first part of that grandeur vision. When we look at the second part of the grandeur vision, it is majorly to have a unique record and store of transaction documents, with ensuring that there is a complete privacy for the ecosystem participants who are originating or generating those transaction documents, but yet creating a single source of document truth in the ecosystem. Now, what this infrastructure at a nationwide scale would achieve, and how this brings in a completely different paradigm shift for when we look at the audit as a function, right? What we are saying is we have a bedrock of infrastructure and information in the ecosystem, which has a list, which has an identity registry, and which has a document registry, which then becomes your start point for the audit. And governance. And it's not the self-declaration by the clients in this case specifically, but also this infrastructure itself becomes the start point. Thereby addressing the problem, which I think Debashish Ghosh sir mentioned earlier as well, is addressing the fraud and errors at the source of document and source of identity itself. So that's the grandeur vision, Parveen sir, when we look at and speak about digital audit infrastructure in Thailand, right? So yeah, so please go ahead. That's the grandeur vision that I want to present here further. Right.
Okay, so maybe we can move on to your experience of this journey of how Thailand implemented, and then you can move on to what can be challenges in India.
Absolutely. So let me also take one more step, maybe Parveen sir, to actually bring in the idea on whether what the digital audit infrastructure looks like, and then also from a Thailand government or a Thailand ecosystem standpoint, what's the journey looking like, right? So when we say a digital audit infrastructure, it's actually a split of floor layers. When we start with the first layer, it's the bank of the country, which pulls in the stakeholders to form a community, which becomes the stakeholder group to define the course of the infrastructure. At the same time, to also define, I think there is a background. Yeah.
Please continue.
Yeah. So the central bank, along with the stakeholders for this ecosystem, for the infrastructure, pulls up the governance model that is to be used for building up the infrastructure. At the same time, also puts in the roadmap for operation of this infrastructure. So that's where the layer one is, when up and says that this is the infrastructure and the goal and vision that we operate at. The layer two is where the infrastructure's core parts is divided and aligned to the vision that we discussed earlier. First is to have a framework on how the unique identity will be developed and operated in the ecosystem. Second is how you have the transaction documents developed, dedicated, and operated in the ecosystem. And the base of both of them, or the glue of both of them, is the data privacy that exists. So there is where we put in the base framework of operation of this infrastructure. It's the layer 3A and 3B where the real implementation of the core of the infrastructure happens. Wherein in the layer 3A, we developed a trusted directory services, which focuses on having a bouquet of the identity portion or identity services, with having first as the digital ID, along with this attached the KYC and AML contributed by the major banks, and then being it maintained like a charter of registries, which goes in for a continuous refresh, being controlled and operated by the major banks. The layer 3B is operated by the trade participants, essentially the tax boards, the exempts, the central bank by itself, and the core trade or the major trade participants, to put in an infrastructure in a manner which first records the goods integrity, the product's integrity over the infrastructure, and second have the documents with respect to that goods being recorded and its integrity being established over this particular trade service, this particular service part. In the layer 4, what we do is, when after you have the core of the infrastructure, dedicated industry networks being set up. Now, how that
Sanat, we have a shortage of time, so can you very quickly in 2 minutes explain what can be the challenges when we
Sure.
in India?
Sure, sir. I think I'll quickly jump onto that, right? So the point here is that the point here is the community that the central bank has set up earlier. Now the community participants from them can decide, if there is a capital market participant and the central bank, they can come together and put up their dedicated industry network or an infrastructure to operate. Now, what happens across whole of this is, this becomes the bedrock for the auditors to make possible address core issues in the ecosystem today of beneficiary unwrapping, or it can be with respect to base erosion profit shifting control, with respect to forensic audit control, directly at the source of the documentation. Now, if I can take everybody to the Thailand story and quickly then come on how India's story would look like. In my opinion, the Thailand story exactly started the way the layers I mentioned. The in July 2017 was where the Bank of Thailand brought in the technology partner and the 22 major banks in the ecosystem to set up a community called as a blockchain community initiative. which then in 2018 went on to put up a base framework of operation. And in 2018, the community initiative which existed converted into becoming a company by its own self, owned and operated by the central bank and the major 22 banks in the country, and having core infrastructure to come in. Now in 2020, what's happening is that in 2020, there is a core has resulted into the extended networks, which is now issuing, for example, a capital markets infrastructure is issuing 1.6 billion worth of savings bond. The financial services infrastructure is issuing roughly 300 million worth of bank guarantees. There is a national digital identity that is specifically used by the Thailand citizens. Right? So this then becomes a direct interface for the auditors to start their work and start their investigation on. If you look at, if I tell and go ahead with what the story of India would look like, in India, the Thailand's ecosystem or the Thailand's journey had the auditors coming in at the end of the juncture, or it is in the 2020 or the end of the journey or the story is where the auditors came in. What I look into it is that this journey, if still remaining the same, or the flow of the journey still being the same, the auditors need to come at the stage one of the community, wherein they define and decide that how the standards and the framework that based on which the infrastructure would be developed should be. And that's where they get in the core of the fundamentals on the topics like when I mentioned earlier of beneficiary unwrapping or forensic audit or internal process controls. Right. If I highlight specifically on the type or the bodies that I think that should be the part of the community and then put up the infrastructure at place, that should be at the place RBI, the banking participants, tax board, Chamber of Commerce, ASSOCHAM in this case, ICAI, Accounting Standards Board, and the technology partners. Now here is where the idea of governance, or at the second stage, the idea of governance would completely be different, because it will be completely aligned with the thought process of audit in the country. So I think that's where I answer your question, Parveen sir, on how do I look the India scenario.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sanat. I think it was quite interesting to know the journey of Thailand and how in India it will work. I move on to Mr. Rajiv Kakkar, who is with us. Rajiv, could you please share your thoughts on this continuous data auditing, monitoring, data analytics, which is automated, and specifically while control testing, how the tools are being used and how this technology is going to help the auditors. So, Rajiv.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. And thank you, ASSOCHAM, for giving me the opportunity to talk on this really a very relevant topic in terms of the emerging technologies in audit. And I think I had a very good speaker to who I'll be following. And I think Janita did lay a lot of the ground and has covered some of the topics which I would be touching upon through my conversation today. So I think that was a very good prelude to this conversation. I will just start off with a couple of pointers. I think we as auditors or internal auditors are typically faced with a lot of challenges in today's day and age. I think today businesses are pretty dynamic and the business models are very rapidly evolving. And with the with rapidly evolving business models comes with a clear challenge in terms of how do the auditors catch up and stay abreast with the requirements of the risks which are impacting the business and ensuring that the controls are effective and giving adequate assurance to the management. Also, I think in today's day and age, while we're talking about automation, still there is a lot of heavy dependence on manual controls, right? And manually testing some of these controls. So that itself, it's a challenge in its way, and probably one of the key hindrances for any auditor in its way. And I think Jinita herself referred to that the data is the new oil, and which is very true. Today, every business generates so much data, and the amount of data which is there, which an auditor needs to sift through, is really significant, and it's not always possible for one to go through all of this data, and the auditor mostly relies on sampling approach to give an assurance to the management in most cases. Now, sampling approach has its own benefits, but it also has its own shortcomings. So I think that is one of the key challenges, which I would say definitely we have faced time and again. And one more aspect is in terms of the today, which is also very very close related to the entire audit universe, is the is the process of risk assessment, right? Today, businesses are not very dynamic in their entire process or approach around risk assessment. It is very sporadic, or in terms of how the entire risk assessment is going about. So which also has its own implications in terms of how the entire audit process or audit function is structured, and the entire audit plan is devolving in a way forward. So I think, as I mentioned, with the evolving businesses, I think today's need is that the auditor or the internal auditor needs to ensure and adapt to times where it is able to give a more holistic assurance to its management. In the historical days or in the past, I think many businesses relied on concurrent audit, which was like the final gatekeeper before any payments were released or any aspects which were done to ensure and to check some of the wrongdoings. But however, the inherent shortcomings of the concurrent audit model is that it can be very cumbersome, very time consuming, at the same time very costly. And in today's dynamic environment with diversified operations and such large voluminous transactions, it may not always be uh, cost effective to rely on concurrent audit in all cases. While concurrent audit may be the need of the hour for certain specific areas, but if I'm talking in general, it may not be the need of the hour. But what is the next best alternative today? And if I have to use the term tact, and first T of tact is technology. I would say technology is what can help solve and address some of these challenges very, very significantly. Um, and I think the auditors, if they are smart and adapt technology quickly, are able to even not only use data technology in terms of data analytics. And I think today, I think most of the internal audits are data analytics enabled internal audits, be it some basic analytics on Excel. But I think those also days are now long gone. With the prevalence of the data analytic tools like IDEA, ACL, and similar various other, every organization might have their own proprietary tools as well. The auditors are adapting these data analytic technologies very effectively in terms of evolving and adapting it as part of their entire internal audit process. However, moving forward, I think I want to talk about something which is very, very relevant and very prevalent, and I think which is where the entire assurance function might shift into, or not, have not already shifted to, is the continuous auditing and continuous monitoring phenomenon. And what is this? This is basically trying to give an assurance to the management on a real time or a near time basis. And how does this function? I would say it is basically, as I mentioned, one of the key aspects of the auditor is to understand the key business parameters, key business processes, and key challenges. Basis that, and with close discussions with the management, the auditors can define certain key KPIs for performance monitoring and performance tracking, including control KPIs, which are then using data analytics tools, are then fed in using certain data analytics tools are fed in, and our data are monitored on a real-time basis. Uh, Overlaid with certain visualization tools like Power BI, Tableau, and such, dashboards can be created on a real time, which can share with management to highlight the key outliers in terms of any transactions which are out of the ordinary. And then the audit program can be focused around analyzing some of these areas to either weed out false positives, or to focus and do a deep dive on some of these transactions to understand what went wrong, to fix some of these areas and identify them near to time to minimize the loss and do the adequate corrections in the overall processes. So I think this is where I think things are moving into today's day and age. Now, I would say the other thing which I would want to talk about and how auditors are evolving in their journey is around the entire automating the control process as well. You basically automating the controls. Now, classic case we're talking about the prevalence of workflow tools like Zoho and the likes like ServiceNow, which also the auditors along with the management when they review the controls and try to streamline the overall control cost are building in these some of these using these tools to automate some of the control mechanisms, especially related to say SOD approvals, all of it, which were currently done manually, if not already in the system. So I'm talking about like the ERPs, like the SAP and Oracle, do have these inbuilt systems, but not always used. And we still had the prevalence of manual approvals. But with this workflow tools, you are able to automate some of the controls and which can effectively also reduce the overall time to audit. And the last point which I want to talk about, Praveen sir, today is around how do we actually automate the testing per se, right? Today, we're talking about bots, we're talking about data analytics, we're talking about RPA, AI, ML. And how are we using this in terms of automating the actual control activity in terms of testing? So we have seen examples of extraction bots, how bots are being used to extract data automatically from systems. They're ingested automatically into the data analytic tools. The queries are run to to rule out the exceptions or identify the exceptions, and then using RPA or machine leaders to review unstructured data, be it emails, documents, to see for approvals or any other exceptions and complete the entire testing. And what is left for an auditor today is just eyeballing the overall end result. And these are some of this, I'm not talking theory, and these are some of these cases which are actually have been implemented in today's day and time, where you see what is all this resulting into. It's giving the higher assurance to the management. And as Janita mentioned, in today's time and age of COVID, there are going to be significant cuts in terms of the budget which are going to be made available to internal audit, right? But at the same time, the entire function of assurance cannot be done away with. So how does the auditor work smartly, as well as in this remote working environment? The use of technology is the only way forward. How do you give the management the assurance? And before I conclude, I'll just make one last reference. I think in yesterday's session, Ashish just referred to that we were in the midst of closing the year on March 31st when we went into lockdown. However, the audit committees and the dates of the financial adoptions were pretty much sacrosanct and the audits had to go on. Now, coming to this whole aspect of how do you finalize any account or how do the internal auditors even complete an audit, and the traditional, I would say, any internal auditor, any auditor on this land would say that year-end stock verification is one of the key aspects which is required to conclude any audit. And I would say technology played a very key role in facilitating getting this done. Be it some of these platforms, be it Teams, WebEx, Zoom, as well as machine readers. We talk about bar scanners, all of that enabled, coupled with all of these tools, the auditors were able to complete this task. I would say without technology, I would say closing balance sheet in 10 days after March 31st would have been impossible for an auditor. So I would say technology is the new normal. Data is the new oil for sure. And if any auditor ignores technology, I would say it's going to be mark an end for his or her career. With that, I will conclude. Thank you, Praveen.
Thank you so much, Rajeev. Very rightly put up, and a word of caution for all the auditors who are in this call. I think you touched upon a very important point about data analytics, and we have an expert sitting here. So, David, can you please share, your thoughts on need and evolution of data analytics, and I mean the need of analytics, maturity level of these procedures, or what is there for us in future because data analytics is one of the key aspects which Rajiv spoke about. Can you please share some thoughts, David?
Sure,
Aditya?
Praveen, thanks for the opportunity. And if Aditya, you could help me share my screen, I'd have some content I'd like to share. I think till that comes up, just to share, I represent basically the external audit, sort of auditor environment. So Rajiv talked about what's happening on the internal audit side, and I think it's we're sort of just two sides of the same coin, I guess, at some level, ultimately. So I'll dig deep into it, straight away. As I say, and I always look at it, I think over the last couple of years, what's been happening in the accounting auditing world, so to speak, is it's been the development of the perfect storm. And when I talk about the perfect storm, there are a lot of things that are coming together at the same time, which are sort of causing us to rethink how we're doing things. Reporting timelines have become more stringent. Complex transactions, you see companies doing more of them. You come up with new ways of doing transactions. Systems are getting more complex. Stakeholder expectations. I think there was a session that was yesterday on the future of audit, and having heard from it, you can very well tell that standards, define something, but stakeholders over the years have, evolved in terms of what they expect auditors to look at, what kind of comfort they're seeking, from auditors. Simple things. Rajiv talked about sampling, and auditors' reports talks about test checks. I think a lot of stakeholders are really not buying that, anymore as a viable sort of comment from auditors, given the evolution of the profession as well as technology. Even management now is not, boards are not looking simply for compliance. They're looking for what else can you give us? You have so much of access to our information. You are, unfettered, this thing to all our records. What else can you tell us about our business that possibly we are not seeing when you do an audit? So, what's that beyond? Regulators, incidentally have the benefit of hindsight. Auditors are doing it virtually in real time. So, being on the ball, getting it right, even more critical. And standards, of course, as anybody who's tracking, rewritten and get more exacting. And what's happened with that is basically judgment has come to the fore of the audit profession in a lot of ways. A lot of the standards talk about judgment. There are things which from rule-based have moved to principle. And therefore, judgment and exercising judgment. And as you know, if one has to exercise judgment, you do it within the rationales of the information that you have. And there's only bounded rationality that one can get. Rajiv mentioned it. I think Ajaz also talked about it. Data is just exploding. It's become at times there's an overload of information and data for one to try and make sense of, and how do you take that forward? So that really builds a case for data analytics. And as an auditor, we see some challenges around this. I think some were mentioned about earlier that a lot of processes, systems, controls continue to be done manually. That definitely is one situation. But from a pure technology standpoint as well, some of the challenges are just of the size of the data. We talked about tools earlier, doing things in Excel and other tools which were prevalent at one time cannot handle such large data sets, going forward. Even transmission of such data sets becomes a challenge. So how do you access it without having to really transmit it? Obviously, data sizes results in a lot of time-consuming exercise. Scripting, if you're going to do it time and again, has to be done for each thing separately. It takes time to get done, and with stringent reporting timelines, we don't always have the benefit of that time. Like I said, looking for value beyond compliance. So you have to sift through, the haystack to find the needle. And therefore, how do you do that in the most effective way to come up with the critical insights and the areas which really require more focus? I think we talked about different stages of an audit earlier, the planning stage, the execution stage, and the concluding stage. At each of those, it's always about exercising judgment and deciding on the next step. So how do you use data to come there? Standards also require auditors to perform analytical procedures. They're not very prescriptive about what all that should be, but it's definitely there in the standards. And that adds another complexity. And then, of course, what I talked about earlier, the whole extraction ingestion process. My experience is people have built a lot of very natty tools that can, take data and do a lot of analysis. But the biggest challenge sometimes auditors face is actually getting that data, cleansing that data, organizing that data, and then ingesting it into the tool. So, when I look at what's been the maturity curve of data analytics within the profession, and I see this, it's evolving by the day. Rajiv mentioned a couple of tools, but a large part of the profession, today continues to work on what we call ad hoc. And ad hoc means, when you sit down and look at something, you come up with a solution. And these are things like writing scripts, using Excel, or some tools like Idea, etc. But they are done for a particular instance. They are usually not sort of kept in terms of a repeatability perspective, but they're done to achieve a particular objective, and one moves on. I think the next stage in that is where you actually integrate all of that, and we call it repeatable. So when things need to be done time and again, and the ability, once you've invested that time, effort in building something one time over, how do you make sure it's captured, it's kept in the history, and you are able to pull up on that, and then it's a click of a button to do that. Also, solving the whole ingestion, extraction, ingestion, and visualization pieces around data analytics is when you can get integrated as close to the client's data set, that's possible. The third one, Rajiv talked about quite extensively, and this is, actually auditing at the source. The transaction is happening, it gets looked at, and I think I heard Subhashish also talk earlier in the day about, why audit is always looking at a transaction that's complete. But I think the advantage of doing it at the time it happens versus doing it, over an extended period of time, or maybe 6 months later, or 3 months later, or a year, is that you can, you get as much information quickly. Corrective actions, if required, can be initiated, rather than trying to sort of look at it already when things have passed. And I see the last stage on this is really where it's really advanced. We talked about AI, ML, use of blockchain as a single source of truth, etc. And I think that's where the profession is headed in some ways. But currently, we're still struggling, and a lot of it, if I was to put a chart, would center around defined and repeatable, sort of things. There are a lot of tools and solutions that are being built. We've seen some, we've used some. All have pros and cons, but I think going forward, they're definitely widening the ambit. And if I look at it in the context of what all is available, Rajiv talked about data being the new oil. There's data available in all types of forms. And up till now, we have primarily as auditors focused on very structured data that comes from an ERP system. We are starting to move our tentacles across other sources of data. I've heard reference to emails, etc. There's blockchain in the offing. We hear a lot about it. It's still something that clients need to warm up to. RPAs definitely have come into a lot of repeatable areas, and therefore are aiding the audit process. But there are some other areas which are completely, untouched at the moment, and we need to see how we bring all that unstructured, possibly non-financial data into an audit process, in order to make it, wholesome and even give more comfort. So tagging with, extra things, just besides the financial aspect. And lastly, I just want to leave you all with, a thought of beyond. People talked about VUCA, people talked about, various things about what's coming in the future. And I leave you with this thought that, today we have devices in our homes which we ask a question, and it's about real-time things. Like you can ask Alexa about the weather, and it'll tell you the weather in your location, within a second. And do we see audit at some time progressing to this level where one can interact with client systems and get information, develop frameworks in a manner that one can sort of do it as simply as this. I know it's extremely simplistic, and it may be in the future. And when I think back, maybe 15 years ago, nobody ever thought we would be having something like Alexa. So hopefully, maybe earlier than that, maybe 10 to 15 years down, we'll have technology which aids auditors, in this manner. When I to sum it up, I think today, we are professional service firms who deliver compliance solutions using technology. I see us transforming over the years into actually technology firms providing professional services, amongst other things that we do. With that, Praveen, I'll hand back to you, and leave that thought about, can we have the Alexa for audit in the future?
Yeah, that will make it very easy for all of us.
Sure.
Shout out job. So, like, he also warned us. So, thank you so much, David. And I think it was very, very crisp and absolutely within the time frame which was allotted for this panel discussion. Now we have one question by Soumya. So, I think that Sanat, that question is addressed to you. That one of the cornerstones of blockchain is to decentralize. So looking into the framework of blockchain and what is happening in India, like we have a central reserve bank which is controlling all the banking or regulating all the banks. So is it in a right direction? So that's probably the question of Soumya is.
Right. I'll go a step back and revert from a Thailand lens as well. So central bank, for the control of the money flow as well as the governance mechanism with respect to the money flow, there needs to be a superpower like the RBI, and we cannot have blockchain removing their function. However, you can have a community developed, like I mentioned during where the central bank steps up and gets the banking consortium across in the nation, as well as the key stakeholders like the audits body, then the tax body, etc., to come together to make this function more decentralized between them. It cannot be completely decentralized, but yet can have a consortium which represents that decentralization. I read Soumya's question that where we stand on the digital rupee in India. The digital rupee status in India is yet in mid. It's not very progressed, but I believe with the way Bank of Thailand, the Hong Kong Central Bank, the Bank of China, Swiss Bank is coming up very speedily. I think that even digital rupee will come up as a topic in the next couple of years or 3 years to look at. So I think that's an answer.
Thank you so much, Sanat. And I think we have a very nice panel discussion around technology. So thank you, Sanat. Thanks, Rajiv, and thanks, David. So now I move on to Vinod Kashyap ji, our senior most people here out of people sitting here. So Vinod ji will speak about audit data standards. Is interoperable audit evidence on the horizon? I mean, Vinod ji, over to you.
Thank you, Praveen Kumarji. And good evening, everybody. Please allow me to share my screen. Aditya, please look at it. Please enable my screen sharing.
Yeah, I think it is done, sir.
Now it is done. My screen is visible now?
Yes, visible.
Okay. Good evening once again, friends. This presentation is about audit data standards, is interoperable audit evidence on the horizon. In this half an hour session, we'll discuss a little bit about background, what is going to happen on auditing, particularly digital auditing, why do we need audit data standards, then about audit data standards which are there in the global market, how audit evidence becomes interoperable, and in the end, if we have some time, we can take a few questions also. So let us start with the background. Friends, auditing profession has come a long way from holler and pick approach, where one person from audit team would call from the ledger and the other person would tick, and then the search will be made for unticked transaction. Today, technology is being used by auditing by all big four and top accounting firms. I remember when I passed out, we used to do the audit of manual account. We used to even sometime tally the trial balance, tally the balance sheet. Then computers came sometime in 90s, and then accounts moved from manual accounts to computer accounts. Now we are auditing the accounts which are available on computer systems. Now, what will happen in future about auditing? Let us discuss a little bit about digital transformation of audit. Auditors are notoriously slow in adoption of technologies globally, not only in India, globally. Now, digital transformation of audit will include, first is audit data standards, which help in solving the interoperability issue between accounting software and audit software. Then audit data analytics, which involves a complete set of data as against the sample testing which auditors are doing at present. Next comes the use of intelligent process automation. Intelligent process automation not only includes RPA, robotic process automation, it also includes artificial intelligence and other cognitive technologies, which probably will automate more than 90% of auditing work. I had an opportunity to speak at Transformative Technologies Workshop in Washington, D.C. at annual conference of American Accounting Association in 2018. And one of the co-speakers with me was a young lady called Abigail Zhang, who was doing a PhD in the use of intelligent process automation in auditing. She has completed PhD. Now she is professor with Rutgers University and the director of Rutgers University. He is going to make a presentation today. And next comes the use of blockchain, smart contracts, and crypto assets. This all will form part of digital transformation of auditing. When we talk about digital transformation auditing, the biggest obstacle in digital transformation in auditing has been identified as lack of audit data standards. This is a paper written by Miklos Veserle, who is going to make presentation today on continuous auditing in the age of AI. Now, Sir Donald Biden, CBE, in his report submitted to FRC of UK, he has also mentioned the utility of audit data standards. In case he suggested FRC should develop the audit data standards, but UK did not have their own audit data standards. ISO has already done that work and UK was part of it. And by the way, UK has already adopted ISO's standard. Now, friends, the challenging situation which auditors face today is like accounts are maintained on different accounting systems, ERP systems. ERP systems may have different databases. Now, output of these database, this accounting system or ERP system may be in multiple format, Excel format, text format, XML, JSON. Now, if the auditor wants to use this data for his audit analysis or using data analytic tools, he needs to import this file. But this data files cannot be read by this audit analytics software. So he asked the client to convert it into a particular format. This is the biggest problem which auditors are facing today. They are spending a lot of time, wasting a lot of time in extraction of data, cleansing the data which can be consumed by data analytics software. Now, just give one example of this problem, how audit data standards may help in this. One example is of, say, sales order, which is of, say, financial year 2020-21. It has a transaction amount of 1,20,000. The date of sale order is 10/11/2020. Because there is no standard of date, date could be read as YYY/MM.DD or MMDDYYY or DDMMYYY. Now, its implication is one auditor may read it as October 11, 2020, another may read it as November 10, 2020. Similar thing will happen with this audit analytics software also. That is why we need standardization of audit data. Now, this slide explains that today accounting software A is not talking to accounting software B, and both these software are not talking to software or, say, audit analytics software. I'll give you a practical example. Suppose we have got, say, about 20 accounting software, and each of them have got, say, 5 versions working in the market today. And then we have got, say, about 10 audit analytics software, data analytics software. Now we will need about 20 into 5 into 10, which is 1,000 adopters to consume this data, to have the data to which auditors can use. Now, why we need one more standard? Without a standard, there are interoperability issues between accounting softwares and analytics software. Auditors are wasting a lot of time in collecting the right information from the huge data which is available today in accounting system and ERP system. With this standard, what will happen is auditor need not waste their time in collecting the specific information which they need for their audit purpose. This economy of time they can spend better in making audit more practical. Improvement in quality of data will also help in improving the auditing process. Now, about audit data standards, AICPA of USA identified this problem way back in 2012. They established a committee, and in 2013 they published 3 standards. By 2017 they came out with all base standards. ISO SSC of China, they had proposed a proposal of audit data collection at ISO PC 295, and then about 35 countries got involved into it in development of these standards. There were 14 participating members and 21 observing members. Unfortunately, India was not part of it, thanks to the thought leaders of accounting profession in India who never thought that audit data standards are required in India. National bodies which were involved in development of ISO 21378, which has already been published, it includes ERP companies like SAP, Chinese companies, Yonu, then Oracle, UNEC is involved, UNCFAC, Microsoft is involved. The National Audit Office China has taken a lead role. In fact, they are the ones who have proposed setting up of this committee at ISO. KPMG is involved. KPMG is seconded partner in China, who will be making a presentation today. Joel Pincus, he was involved in development of audit data standard. He was the chair of working group at AICPA, which developed the standards for AICPA, and at ISO, he will be making a presentation today. Now, this audit data standards scope covers public sector budgets, financial reports, non-financial enterprises, financial enterprises, non-financial enterprises, including financial report, general ledger, account receivable, sales, accounts payable, purchase, inventory, property, plant and equipment, taxes, GST, VAT, custom duty, income tax, individual income tax, property tax, and others, social insurance, including pension, insurance, health insurance, and employment. This will cover all this audit data, which will help in government audits. Now, ISO has published this audit data collection standard in 2019, ISO 21378, which establishes the common definitions of accounting terms. It provides the information necessary for extracting the data. It aims to solve the problem of interoperability issues between accounting software and audit software. It saves precious time, which auditors waste in extracting data from auditors' accounting system and ERP systems today, and it will also facilitate audit data analytics. The main content of ISO 21378 covers general ledger account, account receivable, sales, accounts payable, purchase, inventory, property, plant, and equipment. Now, this standard has already been published. Now, after development of base standard, now we are working on 3 new proposals which are extension of these existing audit data collection standard. One is on customs and indirect taxes, custom, excise duty, goods and services tax, value added tax, and sales tax. This will be covered in it. It will help government audits for verifying the correctness and completeness of indirect taxes and customs. It will establish more efficient and effective process of collection of audit data that can be leveraged by government auditors. Today, we have one international standard which is known as SAFT. SAFT's problem is that it is not updated on a timely basis. OECD has come out this standard. It is being adopted by many countries in Europe. India is not a member of OECD, so India has not adopted SAFT. SAFT version 2.0 was released in 2010. We are in 2020. There is no updation of this standard. So that's why there is a need for an international standard, which ISO has already done. The second proposal that is being worked upon is audit data collection extension relating to government regulated financial reports and payrolls. The government also conducts financial audit. Usually it starts after the annual statutory audit is over. And but it will, this standard will require following up with the local countries requirement of each of the countries. So it will require involvement of all those countries to provide the feedback that we are doing at ISO TC 295. Audit will help in objective checking of correctness of compliance and justifiability of human resource cost. The last is exchange format of audit data. Current format is fat file format or CSV format. But the new proposal will add two more languages, which is XML and JSON. So in this extension proposal, there will be a technical guide, schema, sample messages for both XML and JSON languages. These are being worked upon at ISO TC 295. Now India has joined ISO TC 295 and we are taking part in development of these standards. Now the current scenario for adoption of this ISO 21378 is China is the secretariat. China has initiated this proposal. So it is there in China for a long time. Rather, it is known as the Golden Audit Project of China, which started somewhere in 2004 and 5 by the National Audit Office of China. And that is the reason the former chairman of National Audit Office of China, VP Zhao, is the current chairman of ISO TC 295. And there are other countries which are involved into it. North America, US, Canada, UK has adopted in 2019 itself. Russia is there. Most of European countries have adopted this standard. Now, if we look at the status of these standards in India, BIS has taken a call over it and it has set up a committee, Accounting and Finance Services Sectional Committee, which is looking into the adoption of these standards in India and participating at ISO for development of new standards. Now, BIS has already received the draft version of audit data collection standards for public comments before its adoption as Indian standards. Last date for submitting the comments is 10th November 2020. So in case you are not aware of it, please go to the website of BIS. This is the web link which I provided in the presentation. You can access this document over there. Go to this document and provide your comments, and this will be considered by BIS committee before its adoption as Indian standards. Now, how this will work as interoperable audit evidence, let us consider that. To examine that, let us first have a look at audit evidence collection procedures which are there today. The traditional process is for inspection of records and documents is evaluate the entire data population, entire data which is available on the accounts, the accounting system, ERP system. An analytical procedure, traditional method is scanning and statistics using simple Excel techniques, but we use technology-based tools. It will filter real-time data with continuity equations and statistics, and it will use analytics. Now, so far as analytics goes, various types of data analytics that are being done by auditors today, which include ratio analysis, trend analysis, regression analysis, real accounting reconciliation, journal entry analysis, segregation of duty analysis, keyword matching, cluster analysis, and data mining. I will not go in much detail about this. Joel Pincus is covering up this in more detail in his presentation. So it will cover later, but the base of this audit data analytics is audit data standards. Once audit data content has been specified, its format has been specified, then audit data analytic tool can easily capture this data, do the data analysis, and provide the analysis report with a fraction of minutes only. Now, if we look at audit evidence, let us see what our auditing standards say. Audit evidence is information used by the auditor in arriving at the conclusions on which Auditor's opinion is based. Audit evidence includes both information contained in accounting records underlying the financial statements and information that auditor obtains from other resources. And second point, key point in this standard is it should be sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. Now, SA 500, see, the emergent need has been felt for quite some time because we have been using technology in extracting data, doing data analytics. We are using various emerging technology tools like artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotic process automation, remote observation tools. This technology has been used. It's supported by auditing standard. 1 year back, it was not supported by auditing standards. ACPI identified this problem and has come out with a new standard on audit evidence, AUC 500 in July 2020, which recognizes the use of automated tools and techniques in audit. IAASB has also taken up a project for revision or updation of ISA 500 in September 2020. If we look at Indian standards, ISA 500 audit evidence, which was issued over a decade away, does not recognize using emerging technologies and tools used by auditors today in collection of audit evidence. So accounting body in India need to look into this. Now, interoperability of audit evidence, let us understand what is interoperability. Interoperability, as per Gartner, is the ability for a device from one manufacturer to work with one from another. If you look at audit evidence, data which we are extracting from accounting system or information system, if this data, audit data can be consumed by another accounting software or another data analytics software, then it becomes interoperable. So the basic parameters of interoperability are, first is organizational interoperability. Business process integration goes beyond the boundaries of a single organization. From auditor's organization to auditor organization, if it is interoperable, it meets first criteria. Second is semantic interoperability, ensuring the same meaning of exchange data through predefined and shared meaning of terms and expressions. Yes, it will have the same meaning once the standard meaning of terms which are used in accounting are identified in audit data standard. That is synthetic interoperability, ensuring the same meaning of exchange data through predefined and shared meaning of terms and expressions. Yes, it is present in audit data standard. Third is technical interoperability, technical end-to-end exchange of data among systems. Yes, once data is standardized using audit data standards, it can be used by another accounting software or by another data analytics software. So technical end-to-end exchange of data is present there in audit data standards. So it works as a interoperable audit evidence. Now, this was a brief presentation about audit data standard, though I can speak on this topic for more than an hour. But due to the time constraint, I have tried to condense the content within and try to finish it within half an hour. Now, if you have some questions, 1 or 2 questions I can take up. I think I have 5 minutes time.
If anybody has any questions, so please you can put it on the chat box or you can send it to the panelist. So Vinodji, I think there is one question. What is audit standard difference in India and UK? So that's a question.
See, India, there is no difference between audit data standards in India and UK. UK has also adopted ISO 21378, which is ISO standard. ISO standard is international standard, which is being implemented by other countries globally. Same standard is being adopted in India. At the moment, there is no modification, there is no change. But yes, if there are public comments which require some modification, then BIS will consider it before implementing it in India.
Okay, I hope that that answers the question. So, thank you, Vinodji. Any other thought which you want to share?
I think it will be this is saying better late than never. We have started late, but yes, now we have started participating at ISO TC 295 in development of standards. We, the proposal which has come up at ISO TC 295 15th May meeting about extension of customs and indirect taxes. We suggested them to include direct taxes also, because we have tax audit reports in India and we have received a favorable response to it. The proposal country, Netherlands is happy to work with us on development of this standard. It will be taken. Yes.
So, Vinodji, there is a question from Ravindran Balakrishnan. Thank you for the presentation, he's saying. Then one question, in this pandemic situation, which has considerably changed the business models, how does the audit come to terms with it? I think it's less to do with the auditing data collection standards, but more to do with generic, the auditing during this pandemic situation.
This is an interesting topic, and I am making a presentation on this topic: remote audit during and beyond COVID-19 at 50th World Continuous Auditing and Reporting Symposium, which will be happening on 6th and 7th of November. There I'll cover how to compensate for the situations where auditing standards require the physical presence of auditor, how technology can be used to compensate for those situations. Those things I will be sharing over there.
Thank you so much, Vinodji. I really appreciate your thoughts, and I think I'll again appeal to all the listeners that please go to the website of BIS and if possible, give your comments, because these audit data collection standards are going to be significant in our future life. So now we have Brian Fox, CPA, founder of the Confirmation and Vice President of Strategic Partnership at Thomson Reuters. Welcome, Brian. Brian will be discussing with us impacts of COVID-19 on audits, globally leveraging technology or to future-proof audit profession and businesses. So over to you, Brian. Would you like to share a presentation, or you'll be just speaking? Brian, you're on mute, please. You'll have to unmute.
So, may I request Mr. Parveen sir to please also invite Mr. Harsh Jogani, Kiran Wafna. They will be jointly coming together along with Mr. Brian Fox.
Fantastic. So we have CA Kiran Wafna, who is country head for. Also, Mr. CA Harsh, who is Director, Strategic Accounts and Client Management Confirmation. So over to you all of you. We are going to have an interesting discussion on the impact of COVID-19 on audits globally. Technology to future audit profession. Welcome, Harsh, Kiran, and
Thank you, Praveen.
Yeah, hi, Praveen. Before we start, Santosh, can you give me the presentation right so I can share my screen?
Yeah, Audit, to please give the presentation right to Mr. Harsh Jogani.
Okay, yeah. Can everyone see my screen?
Yeah, yes, it's visible.
Okay, great. So hi everyone, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us for the session on impacts of COVID on quality audits globally and leveraging technology to future-proof businesses and audit profession. First, we'll take up, the impact COVID has had on performing quality audits from start of this year, so January, February in most part of the world, and March, April onwards here in India as well. And then having understood the impacts and what are the emerging trends out of COVID, we'll move on to what role is technology or what role can technology play in future-proofing businesses, audit profession, and combating fraud. So my name is Harsh. I'm a chartered accountant and a CFA by qualification and Director of Strategic Accounts at Thomson Reuters. Co-hosting with me today is Kiran Basna, Chartered Accountant, Country Manager, Confirmation India. Welcome, Kiran.
Thanks, Harsh.
Yeah, and our featured speaker for the session today is Brian Fox. He's the founder, chairman at Confirmation and vice president, strategic partnership at Thomson Reuters. Brian's also the top 100 most influential people in accounting, top 40 under 40 CPA in America, and Nashville's 40 under 40 emerging business leader. Welcome, Brian.
Thank you, Harsh.
Yep, and thanks, Brian, for joining at so early in the morning from US. Yeah,
no problem.
So we'll have
glad to be here.
Great. So we'll have Brian share his global experience, and then Kiran and I will take up the India perspective to both the above topics. So before I start, please feel free to post your questions in the chat box, and we'll take them all of those up at the end of the session together. So impacts of COVID-19 on audit globally. Brian, can you share your experience on what impacts has COVID-19 have on audit globally?
Yeah, sure can, Harsh. And hi, Karen. Good to see you as well.
Hi, Brian.
So there's really kind of two types of frauds that we're hearing about with COVID. One is a direct impact. The other is related. So if you think about it with COVID and the work from home and some of the pullback in the economy where you've got people who maybe are working from home or their hours have been reduced or maybe they've lost their job, or maybe their pay has been reduced. Those types of frauds, what I'll call employee frauds, are always on the rise when you see a downturn in the economy. And that's in response to the downturn in the economy. And so that's the typical fraud triangle where you see a pressure because somebody's maybe had their pay reduced or their hours reduced. They've got, they rationalize that they're really owed more money, that maybe they're working 100%, but only being paid at 80%. And then they see an opportunity and take advantage of that opportunity. And maybe they'll find a way to set up a fake vendor and get themselves paid, or maybe they'll steal some inventory. But we're seeing and expect a rise anytime you see that downturn in the economy from employee theft. The other type of theft that really is the one making most of the headlines today are those what I'll call executive frauds, the management team frauds. Really, in most cases, if you look at them, have been going on for more than a year. They've been going on for, in some cases, 2, 3, 5 years. Those are the frauds that really I like to talk about with the chartered accountants and the CPAs that are out there, because while the discussion of is it our job or not to find fraud, it is absolutely our job to find material misstatements due to fraud or error. And so if you look at those frauds have been going on for a number of years. And what happens, and the reason why we're hearing more about those, the Wirecard fraud, the Luck and Coffee fraud, the Tall Education frauds, the Patisserie Valerie frauds, all of those frauds, the reason they're in the news now is because when you see a downturn in the economy, the cash reserves tighten up. So the ability to get either debt or equity financing is more difficult. And so in all of those cases, those frauds are a version of a pyramid scheme of some sort. And so when the cash reserves dry up, those frauds really are uncovered or come to light. What also we're seeing is those are mostly public company frauds that we're hearing about. And so I don't want people to leave this presentation thinking that fraud only happens at big public companies, because the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, which does a report every 2 years, been doing it for well over 20 years now. What their report shows, and they look at just this past one that came out a few months ago, looked at frauds in well over 100 countries. What they find is that really the majority of frauds happen in private companies. But really, I think the most staggering statistic on that is the fact that private company frauds have a higher median loss of fraud than public companies, which would say that your private company frauds are actually more risky companies to audit versus the public company. But we hear about the public company frauds because by nature, they're public companies. But if you also look at that report, I'll share one final statistic, which I love the ACFE's reports, and I encourage everyone to go look at those at planning and performing your audit. And it gives you a great insight into maybe where to look for fraud. But one of the statistics that I think I'm most disappointed about is the fact that what they find is external auditors are the ones who find the frauds somewhere between 4 and 6% of the time, depending on the report, which means when you look at the report and how frauds are identified, accidents are better than at finding fraud than the external auditors. And I think we as a profession have got to get a lot better at finding fraud, or we risk losing our exclusive right to do financial audits in the future. So, Harsh, those are the two types of frauds that we're seeing now, the employee theft, as well as the uncovering of those larger management frauds, those material misstatements due to really the executive team committing financial fraud.
Yeah. Okay, Brian. Yeah, that's great. Kiran, what's your thoughts on what are the impacts we're seeing with COVID-19 on audits?
No, absolutely, Harsh. I second with what Brian is saying that, there has been a lot of fraud. The public frauds, like in India, what really happened is like the Cox and Kings fraud, or I would say, a 10-year-old back Satyam fraud. It's all the same frauds which is happening again and again. And with respect to the COVID, and I think that's what we've always been speaking. Every time when there is a downturn, okay, these frauds keep on coming up. Like when there was a .com bust in 2000, okay, there was a parallel fraud in the Europe. In 2008-9, when there was a subprime crisis, again the same fraud happened. And again in 2020, those Wirecard fraud keeps on happening. I think we all have to, as chartered accountants, which Brian was saying that. Are we a watchdogs, or do we need to find? I think, yes, we have to all step up to start finding these kind of frauds. Others, who will actually find these frauds? Because frauds, and if you see, the pattern has been same. It's always been the same confirmation frauds happening again and again. And I think we as chartered accountants, along with regulators, should come up and actually think through that how these frauds can be stopped, both at the management level and at the employee level, from a COVID perspective. COVID is just, I would say, one of the reasons for a downturn in 2020. But yes, 2008-9 was a subprime crisis, and 2000 was a .com bust. So if you see the cycles, again, somewhere or the other down, these downturns are going to come in the financial markets and in the economies. I think we all have to step up and see that how we can go away with it and start, have a reduced frauds or probably mismanagement by these executives and employees.
Okay, yeah, that was a great point, Kiran, that you brought out, that we've seen frauds time and again in every downturn. So with 2001-2, seeing Parmalee and Enron. In 2007-8, we had our own classic fraud, India's classic fraud, that Satyam story. And then with 2020, just the start of the financial downturn, we saw Wirecard. So that was an interesting point, Kiran, that you brought out. So moving to, with all of these impacts, what are the trends that we are seeing, Brian, globally in the audit domain?
So, because so many companies won't allow us to go on site, and maybe even go on site, we're seeing a lot of the work from home audits that we're seeing right now. And so we're seeing the new uses of a lot of technologies that maybe some of them have been around, but maybe they haven't been used. People are hearing about doing inventory checks, using drones, using cameras and technologies to do walkthroughs of facilities. One of the ones, obviously, for us at confirmation.com, we're seeing a significant increase in through world, where we would, all three of us were staff auditors, used to stuff a lot of envelopes and mail a lot of confirmations. But in the old world, if you think of that paper process, right? I had to go to the office to get the supplies. I had to go to the client's location to get them to sign it. They had to give it back to me. Then I had to fold the paper, stuff it in envelope, put it in somebody there's touching it, and it gets to the bank, say they're touching it. They fill it out. It goes all around before they send it back to my home office. Mail. I got to go to the mail room, get it. And so that piece of paper has been touched 10, 20 times. In a very manual based process. And so in the COVID world, from home, you don't have the ability to stuff. Really electronic confirmation, as it's if Kieran's the signer, he can actually sign those electronically, multi-factor authentication. And if you're the bank, you can respond to those electronically as long as you've got a VPN and have access to your bank's network. So all of that can take place electronically where nobody has to touch it, and we don't have those big delays from those confirmations. So really has a significant move using technology in the audit space today. And so, you know, that's probably the fastest, biggest trend that we're seeing globally in every country. And I've been on a lot of presentations, whether it's over in Japan, in Europe, or in the EU. Or it just finish. There, Harsh?
Yeah, Brian, your voice was cracking, so I couldn't hear you clearly. But just one question, Brian, for you is, you know, we face this situation in India here. Can you hear me clearly?
I think there's some.
Yes, I can.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So Brian, you know, we had this situation here in India where the lockdown got announced and the bank branches were working with skeletal resources here, and there was no way that, you know, they could respond to confirmations. The mailing agencies weren't working for more than 2 months out here. So, you know, can you share your experience in other parts of the world that, you know, how did auditors carry out the external confirmation process?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, historically, it's been very continue to see a transition to the electronic processes. You know, again, as I said, we've seen the service globally are using electronic confirmations even more than they had in the past. We've had millions of users. We operate in 176 countries. But really, the adoption in this COVID world, paper to figure out how to manually process it, we've seen that as a significant move. You know, Harsh, there's a question that I think is relevant as well that came through in the questions, which is the questions asking today, how people are talking about the forensic audit. And where and so my answer to that question, I've talked a lot about, you've seen my LinkedIn, but my concern for our profession is we won't get better at finding financial statements due to fraud, then the regulators and the investors are going to take away our exclusive right to accept and mentality that finding material misstatements due to fraud is absolutely our responsibility. And we need to rethink our audit processes, right? We need to alter the nature, the timing, and the extent of our audits in response to the risks for fraud. So we have to think about, where does fraud happen? Where's it going to happen within the client that I'm auditing? And how can we identify that? I would also tell you that given the technology today, tools like MindBridge, tools like confirmation.com, tools like Inflow, allow us to detect potentials for fraud in ways that we never could have before. So as an that you got today with a company like MindBridge and Inflow is the ability to ingest the data. So we can actually look at all of the data and look for anomalies. So when I was flags, well, the old joke used to be that if you put your hair back, you weren't doing it fast enough. But how is a staff one auditor going to look at tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of journal entries and really identify anomalies? It would be very, very difficult. Whereas Inflow, MindBridge, with those tools, ingest and then the data itself pulls out the anomalies and the red flags that allow then the auditor to go in and see if if it's legitimate, maybe it's an accident, or is it fraud. So for example, those tools can look at things like, the only one that on Saturday or on Sundays. It can look for anomalies in the data. It can help you visualize the data. It can show you that all the journal revenue went to cash and receivables, except these over here. Well, let's look at those. And so those tools allow us to quickly and efficiently identify anomalies that we as the professionals can look into to see if there's something that's gone wrong. So it absolutely is our responsibility. And again, my concern is if we don't start being the ones to find from where we pursue finding and identifying the fraud, then what the audit process. So we may end up with an Amazon audit. We may end up with an IBM audit. We may end up with an Ant audit, right? Providers who are going to say, look, if you can't do the job and do it well to protect the investors, our competition if we
no. Absolutely, Brian. I mean, great point. We could probably see competition come up from the technology providers, if we as auditors don't step up. Kiran, would you like to step in and, share your experience? What are the trends that you are seeing in the industry?
Sure, no, absolutely. Brian was rightly mentioning it. India, like for example, outsourcing. India is an outsourcing organization. Like we have seen during this COVID-19 when the organization who was actually an outsourcer for a foreign country and they were not ready with technology, they had to move to their source country. That is the kind of a risk that even an organization can go through. The same thing is also with the audits. There's a lot of accounting outsourcing work which keeps on coming back to India. If we are not ready with these technologies, for future and going forward, I think we are always going to be at risk. Brian rightly mentioned with respect to confirmations, what we really saw. I think it's good to share that kind of an experience. Like nobody wants to touch paper. Let's say India is a cash economy. Okay, people don't want to touch even the cash currency. When there was a demonetization, people were like, why there is no cash? Today, people don't want to touch a cash. So, that's where the technology is coming in, where people are now using Google Pays and various kind of payment modes to credit cards so that they don't need to touch paper. And that's the effect of COVID-19. So that's where the technology is really coming in. Do we need to future-proof? Yes. A lot of APAC countries and European countries have started seeing, the second wave. You have to future-proof today yourself, at least here in India and globally, that if a second wave is coming in, at that is the time you don't want to shut your shops or the businesses. You have to be ready with the technology. There are various kind of technologies and tools available for the auditors and for the businesses to keep on moving forward.
Yes, Kiran, very valid point on the future-proofing piece. That if at all, we also witness a second wave, it shouldn't be that we are in the same place where we were in March and April. So we need to step up our game so that we are ready. And when if the second wave comes, it's business as usual for all of us. With this, I'll move on to the next part, that's leveraging technology to future-proof businesses and audit profession. With respect to future-proofing business and audit profession, Kiran, this question's for you. Can you share your experience on how businesses can future-proof themselves from an audit perspective?
Absolutely, Harsh. And I think we'll follow up with what we were speaking, like Brian and we were speaking about the frauds, and you have to, future-proof your business, because if there are no frauds, or if an auditor is enabled to catch frauds at a very correct time, rather than the fraud has gone out of your hand, you automatically future-proof your business. That's how it's going to be. What we have really seen, like all three of us who have been auditors, staff, done real audits, revenue, expenses, receivable, payables, and cash and bank. These are the 5 places where 70 to 80% of the real frauds is going to happen either by the management or the staff. The staff executives who's going to conduct fraud. For revenue, it's very simple. You just go overstate your revenue. It's going to hit your receivables. For expenses, you just have phantom employees and have it as trade payables. And for cash and bank, you just forge the documents. That's what we have seen in a lot of the past frauds also. So as an auditor, if we go ahead and actually do necessary audits on these 5 line items appropriately, and that's where the confirmation can come in. You just go and send a confirmation for receivables, and it's a third party, which is an independent source, and confirm it. Okay, independently, your revenue is absolutely correct. That's with expenses. You send out to the vendors that, okay, this is the payments that you don't need to do it, or this is what you have to pay. That's where the trade payables take care of it. Cash and bank, the biggest fraud that keeps on happening, the wire card and the Satyam, it all happened in cash and bank, where the auditors went ahead and actually the management, went ahead and did, misstated these cash and bank balances. Brian once rightly said it, and Brian, if you can correct me also, that majority of these frauds these auditors are taking are with the banks, which is not with confirmation, or for the countries where confirmation is not available, because it's easier for the the management, okay, to do those kind of fraud, because they're not going to get it caught if they're not using a tool like confirmation or tools like Mindbridge and Inflow.
Yeah, that was great insight, Kiran, on what are the typical areas in which frauds happen. So this could be a good start point for auditors to start looking into and gather substantial audit evidence. And if job well done on these 5 sides, could help us potentially, identify more frauds. Probably, all of these frauds that we're talking about, it could be Satyam, it could be the Wirecard fraud. They could have been easily found out if the external confirmation process was rightly followed. So, just to end the session, so Brian, you've been mentioning that, we as auditors need to step up and, start, combating frauds or identifying frauds to safeguard our own profession. So, could you give some quick takeaways for auditors, all the auditors who are listening to us, that they could implement from tomorrow itself in their practice, which would help them identify frauds, during their audits?
Absolutely, Harsh. On the screen here are really the 5 most important things that we do. Number 1, I always tell everybody, think like a fraudster. You have to put yourself in the mind of a fraudster. How would they take advantage of the accounting system? How would they take advantage of our audit practices? Right? Just as Harsh and Kiran mentioned, when we look at the second fraud, the Wirecard fraud, the HealthSouth fraud, these were all frauds that very simply manipulated the confirmation procedure. And Karen was right. Had confirmation.com, and those the frauds would have been uncovered instead of been missed by the auditors. So those were not sophisticated frauds. When you look at the Wirecard fraud, a sophisticated fraud, they're simple frauds. We think about, how are the audits, how are the fraudsters manipulating the audit to circumvent our procedures? Get training. There's a lot of great training from the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. I would, again, encourage everybody to read their report and look at it and utilize it. And then really the last thing that's on there, let's update our technology. Let's make sure that we're really using the technologies that are available so that we do the ones that catch the frauds instead of the ones that miss the fraud. Because I think that what we do is very honorable. We have a fantastic, great profession. I'm honored to be a CPA, and I know you are honored to be chartered accountants. What we do is important, and the public's counting us to do a good job. And I think we have the tools at our hands now to actually really improve the quality of the audits that are out there today. So thank you, everybody, for the opportunity to talk today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Thanks, Kiran. That's it from our end. Over to you, Praveen.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. Despite technology and glitches, we could hear you. So thanks, Kiran. There are a couple of questions on the chat box. If you allow, I'll ask those questions. So one is about, the same question which was asked earlier also. How statutory authorities and market regulators perceive on these field audit confirmations, for example, inventory checks and fixed assets and others. So basically, Ravindran Balakrishnan wants to ask about field work and how this confirmation outcome is going to happen.
Sure. Take that question.
Sure, Brian. I'll take that up. What I really understand from him is that how can the inventory checks and the fixed assets can be verified. So with respect to Praveen, and I think who asked this, Mr. Rajan, with respect to fixed assets, it's a very simple. You can just go ahead and get it confirmed from the person whom actually acquired the asset. Like if you have gone ahead and bought a technology, you can just send a confirmation to a third party asking that whether he did sell that asset to him or not. With respect to inventory, there are a lot of third party warehouses which are holding the stocks. You can get a confirmation directly from the warehouser. What is the status of the inventory in their books of accounts? If you see confirmation, normally the balance sheet, is all about confirmation. 2/3 of all your items on the balance sheet is either you have to receive it or you have to give it to somebody. So you have to just go ahead and get it confirmed. And as they say it in our audit also, that any evidence from a third party is more reliable than any evidence coming out of internally from the organization, or even I would say even from the audit firm. Anybody responding a third party independently is one of the best source of evidence for an audit.
So Indian banks have already started responding to confirmation related, or last time I interacted with the two banks that started responding, but that was in the pipeline.
Yeah, Parveen, we did beat last time, and I think yes, we are growing our network, and I think we can pick that up outside also. And yes, we do have large banks, even the Bank of Baroda, which is a government bank. Government is always the most difficult one to actually respond to these confirmations. And so government, Bank of Baroda is there. We have local banks like Kotak Bank and Federal, and foreign banks like HSBC City responding to these confirmations. Apart from that, yes, the bank, we also have these customers and supplier confirming to these balance program.
And we do. Praveen, we have over 5,000 banks globally now that use confirmation.com. We've got over 6,000 law firms globally that use confirmation.com. And as I said earlier, we've got over 16,000 global accounting firms and 170 plus countries that use us today. And so, as Kiran said, our network is growing substantially every day. We put new responders on, but really the benefit also is you can actually use confirmation.com for all of your confirmations, regardless of whether we have an in-network responder or an out-of-network responder. And certainly for a lot of the smaller banks in India, you can use our services for those out-of-network confirmations. They don't have to be an in-network bank, so you can really use it for 100%.
But I just want to add you, Praveen and his office does use our confirmation platform. So
yeah, we appreciate it and thank you for doing it.
Yeah, especially for PC audits, these are very, very helpful, Brian. Very, very helpful. Especially
well, thank you. Thank you.
But I think our local regulators are mature to that level. I think I'll all right. So I think that is so I would really this technical session 4 from panel discussion on emerging technologies and coming down to audit data standards and then going into this confirmation.com. So I think we had a lot of technical inputs. Thank you very much, Rajiv, David. Thanks, Sanat, for this panel discussion. And Vinodji also, thank you very much. And of course, the team of confirmation with Brian there and Kiran and Harsh. So I hand over to Santosh for further proceedings and maybe a formal vote of thanks.
Thank you very much to all, Mr. Panelist Parveen Kumar ji. Thank you very much, CA Rajiv Kakkar ji, CA David Jones, CA Sanat Bhatt, Mr. Vinod Kashyap ji, Mr. Brian Fox, CA Kiran Wafna, CA Harsh Jogani. Thank you very much for this wonderful session. And now let me take this opportunity to introduce to the next panelist of the session. I would welcome a moderator, Mr. Vijay Sachdeva, Co-Chairman, Associate National Council for Corporate Affairs, Company Law, and Deputy National Leader and North Risk and Advisory Services, Haribhakti and Company LLP. And I have pleasure inviting Mr. Joel Pincus, Director KPMG Global Solutions Group Innovation Team, former Chair of AICP Working Group for Audit Data Standards, former US Head of Delegation for US ISO PC 295. He will be addressing on we have standards now what. So all the participants are waiting for this fantastic topic of the day. We are waiting for, and we joined by Mr. Eric Cohen, co-founder XBRL, Chief Architect XBRL's Global Ledger Taxonomy Framework. We have joined by Dr. Miklos. He's a distinguished KPMG professor and director, Continuous Auditing and Reporting Lab. And we have joined by Dr. Ephraim Boris, Professor, University of Waterloo, Director, UWCISA, Member and Independent Departmental Auditing Standard Committee. We welcome you, all of you international eminent speakers for this particular session. I hand over to Mr. Vijay Sachdeva, Chairman, Associate Council, please.
Sure. Thank you, Santosh, and good afternoon and good morning to my co-panelists from US. So let me extend warm greetings and from India. So going forward in this session, we just had a very wonderful moderated by Mr. Parveen Kumar, my friend. And going on this day two, now we move to the last technical session for the day. This session is nearly for 2 hours. We had planned it for 4:30 to 6:30. And we are sharp on time, so I once again thanks Parveen for that. Starting here from, let me just mention that we have 4 sessions. So in this particular sessions, we have such eminent speakers and our friends from US that we thought that we will not keep it interactive, but we will have a dedicated half an hour to each of our esteemed members so that they can share their views with high focus and share their rich experiences with all of you. So this session will typically comprise of 4 international speakers having their views expressed over half an hour each. So with this, let me just introduce myself. I'll be moderating this session for all of you. I co-chair the Ashocham National Council for Corporate Affairs, Company Law, and CSR. And I am also the Deputy National Leader, North Risk Advisory Services with Haribhakti and Company LLP. On blockchain, I think I will not take more than a minute to speak because we have really insightful and very experienced members here. So I will just say that blockchain is something which we all are quite fascinated about. We all have been looking on the various developments on blockchain and also on the accounting and auditing aspects of blockchain. So with this, let me invite Mr. Joel Pincus, who's the Director, KPMG Global Solutions Group Innovation Team. He has been also the former chair of AICPA Data Standards and had been also the former US head of delegation for ISO PC 295. So I request Mr. Joel Pincus to start this session. and tell us about the blockchain standards and what is the way forward and now where we should go from here. Welcome once again, Mr. Joel Pincus.
There we go. Good morning. I was just given access to the screen share. Can you hear me okay? I'm noticing some feedback.
Yes, yes, Joel, you're audible and we can see your screen and we can also see the wonderful collection of us behind you. So.
Okay. Okay. Yes, after a very interesting year, which I know probably all had interesting years, and I find myself in my home office once again. I actually was on rotation in China and got caught outside of the country during COVID, starting in March, and actually had an opportunity to spend a few months in Vietnam, a couple months in China, and I hit Japan and Korea on the way back. And as you can imagine, that type of situation gave me, well, quite a few months or weeks of time where I was in quarantine, and to spend time in the evening thinking and watching TED Talks and things like that. So what I wanted to talk about with you today is more of a thought piece, and I just wanted to bring up some ideas. And the standards that I've been working on are not directly related to blockchain, although they do have some ties. So I really wanted to talk about a little bit about use of standards and really think of this as a thought piece, just something to apply to the use of standards in general. And so in the audit industry, we certainly have standards, but now we're talking about standards in the areas of data and for the use of data analytics. And now that we have them, what should we do with them? So I guess I should start by saying that the thoughts and opinions I'm giving in this presentation are really my own and do not necessarily reflect those of KPMG. So what would a world look like without standards? And I think the example that I love to use is the one of the electrical plug. And for those of us who, and I'm sure there's many on this call today, who have actually traveled around the world, you notice that one of the biggest challenges you'll have, and one of the things you have to plan for the most, is the ability to plug in your electrical devices in different countries and different regions. Now, I have a couple of pictures on here that show, now this only shows 12. There's 15 different variations according to some sources. And as we can see, there really was not a standards in place. And it wasn't that people didn't think about it. It's when they did think about it, it was the early 1930s, and we had a World War II that kind of got in the way in the standard process. And by the time they got around to it again in trying to find plug standards, it was the late 1940s, and people really didn't want to change what they were on. This is a great way of looking at what the world would look like without standards. As you can see, you have many different ways of doing the same. There's very little consistency, and there's certainly ways that have to adapt. We use adapters to do the electricity in all the different countries. Well, fortunately, in industry today, we have many standards. We're not standard-less. In fact, there's thousands of different standards. I started my career in the environmental business as a hydrogeologist a very long time ago. Actually, I can say now in the last millennium. And I can tell you that the first audit I did was a water discharge audit. And obviously in financial accounting, we have standards, we have auditing standards. There's other types of electrical standards. There's all different types. that we use in different industries. So the question is, in auditing and accounting, how can we leverage these types of standards? So I wanted to use one standard in particular as an example. It's the one that I'm proud of all the standards that I've had the opportunity to work on. But this one, I think, is one of the ones that has favored child status with me, and that's ISO 21378. This is for audit data collection, and I think it fits right in the middle of the audit process of what's so key and critical for auditors in the past as well as today. And I'd like to do the who, what, when, where, and why. So the 5 questions I'd like to discuss here with you today is, what is the purpose of the new international audit data extraction standard? And just in case you're not familiar with this yet, and where does this new standard fit into audit activities? How should we determine our priorities for implementation? When should we consider the need for expanding the standard or the need for more standards? And who should be responsible for making the determination of the need for more standards? And if I look through there, I think the why is missing from the list, but I believe the why was why we're using the standard as the example. So I think we have those all covered. So let's just take a brief look at the standard in case you're not familiar with it. And this is the purpose of the standard. It's basically a global standard for audit data content formats, and it helps solve problems that auditors are facing today when requesting data and extracting data from ERP systems. And it establishes a common definitions and accounting elements that are really necessary to help communicate data needs by auditors. So the way this is set up is there are a number of different modules, and each one of them has either one or several tables that are set up in this order, where the fields in each, we have a name, we have the data type that you'll find in most instances. We have suggestions on how it should be represented. We have a description in case different people call, or I should say, yes, different people call the same field different things. And then we have a level, which prescribes whether, in most instances, a level 1 would be something that you really want to try to get if at all possible. And then we have a level 2 that says on specific instances, you may want to consider getting these data. And for this particular type of standard, the people that were expecting to use it are auditors, accountants, financial analysts, data people, all the types of people that would be pulling data from their or their companies' ERP systems in order to perform audit or fraud procedures or any number of things that would involve, in most cases, transactional data. When we look at the way the standard is set up, basically the GL module is in the center of this standard. And that's because most of these other subledger modules will actually feed into the GL in most systems. You know, back in the prior millennium, when a lot of these were set up, that activity from the subledgers wouldn't necessarily make its way into the GL in detail. But in today's world, most of the times we will see, if not all the detail, at least some representation of these ledger modules into the GL. So we tried to set it up with that in mind. Now, now I've explained what the standard is. So what I wanted to do is talk about, well, is a reason for prioritization of implementing this standard in a certain way, of how there's certain areas that we should focus on first. And as you can see, one of my hobbies behind me, which is guitars, I have a number of hobbies, and one of my ones that I've really enjoyed a lot in the last couple of years is geopolitical research and demographics. One of the beauties of traveling the world is you get to see how things change, and I wanted to get a better understanding of that. And I found some very interesting relationships on some of my reading and some of my research in that area. So I thought I'd share a little bit of that with the prioritization, and who knows, maybe you may see some other things in this that you may be able to take knowledge away and use for even other areas as well. So let's start out by looking at the way the population changes. And I started this moving from 1950, and we're going to move up all the way through 2100. And as we can see that there's a lot of change in population, both that has occurred in the first 50 years of this time frame, and then is projected the next, I guess I should say 40, 60. So a couple things on this I want to call your attention to. When we started in 1950, we can see that that China is the most population, followed by India. And then I want to call attention to where the African continent is as we start this out, and then also look at the population of Japan. And let's let this roll forward a little bit so we can see how this population's changing. And I wanted to move it into maybe, there we go, 2020, 2025. So we can still see that China's a little bit larger than India. And we can see that Japan is starting to move down, and we see how Africa is starting to move up. And then as we look in 2030 is actually when this flip happens, where actually India has a larger population than China. And then we can see that Japan will continue to move down, and Africa will continue to get bigger until we get into, again, the projections for 2100. So we can see that there is a large amount of continental change in population size as well as country change. And we're going all the way up to the projections of 10 billion people when we get into the next century. So that tells us about the country level, but let's also look at how age distributions change, how the demographics would represent these same types of situations. So what I've done is taken a standard demographic map, and I'm starting out in the year 2000 for the world. And what I've done here is, well, I guess I should say that each bar is equivalent to 5 years. So you have the children, both male and female children, the bottom portion of the graph. And what I've done is I put a line through, which is normally when people enter the workforce with a college degree, in the bar for 20 to 24, and then up through 60 to 64. And as what you can see I've done here is I've put a line that roughly outlines where things are in the year 2000. So let's see how they are today. As we can see, we're getting less people entering the workforce than we had in the year 2000, and the workforce is aging a little bit. We can see that we have much more up in the upper ends than we did in the year 2000. And as we move forward into 2030, and then move forward into 2040, we can see that this trend continues, that we have less people entering the workforce. Well, you know, as we saw in the previous representation, that doesn't always change consistently from country to country or continent to continent. So let's take a look at that. So what I've done here is I've looked at each one of the continents: North America, South America, Africa, Europe, and Asia. And now that you're a little bit familiar with the demographics, you can see that in certain countries or certain continents like Africa and for the most part Asia, that we're seeing where we have more people feeding in than are currently into the workforce. Whereas in North America and particularly Europe, we can see that it looks like there's going to be less people feeding in. So let's take a look at what's going on here. So we'll move forward to 2020 today, and we can see that we have a little in the mid levels. We have less availability in the workforce in North America. We have less people in Europe, a few less in Asia as well. Africa looks really consistent, and South America, even in 2020, is starting to show a little decrease in the potential for the workforce. Then as we move forward into 2030 and 2040, we can see that trend's continuing. Okay. So everything remained pretty consistent. You can see our Africa looks beautiful. We have probably our biggest challenge looks like in North America and Europe, with some challenges in Asia. So the other thing is we're talking about auditing. So let's talk about how this might relate to the types of audits that we deal with. So one of the big areas that I wanted to look at was, well, sometimes most of the big audits are with multinational companies. And so I looked in an article, I said, well, which countries have the most, or countries and regions have the most multinational corporations? And maybe from that, we can make the assumption, at least for the case of this presentation, that that's where most of the large audits are. And the countries they came up with was the United States, Japan, Western Europe, and China. And I also want to add India into that because you have such a strong population, and you just don't. It's going to where things are going to take us with where companies reside and the large subsidiaries do. So, and also since this presentation is being done in India, I thought it would be nice to add India as well for both of those reasons. So we look at the United States, Western Europe, India, China, and Japan. And as we can see, we have some very interesting shapes feeding into this the demographics at the year 2000 from below the line. India is great. We have some challenges in China. We have a real narrowing in Japan, sign of things to come. Same thing in Western Europe. And North America has a bump, but it looks like maybe it may make its way back. So let's take a look as we move forward into 2020. About as we would expect, India still looks really good. China, we have a very unusual bump here, and then we have a narrowing, and Japan's continuing to narrow. And as we move forward into 2030, things still look very solid compared to 2000 in India. We have continuing trends in the other countries. And then finally in 2040, which is as far as I decided to look, we can see a slight narrowing in India. And then we see some major reflections of the one-child policy in China. And we can continuing reduction in population in Japan. And then we have things that remain pretty consistent in the United States. So I thought for those who don't look at geopolitics, don't look at demographics, I thought this might be an interesting introduction to you and some other ways that you may want to look at workforce and the way things may change into the future. And I thought I'd share that along with my thoughts on this standard. So with using that, I'm going to use those assumptions in assigning a priority for the things that I really need to focus on with this standard now that it's been adopted since last year. So I think the conclusions I get from looking at the demographics, and there's many others we could look at in assessing priorities, is with the exception of Africa and India until about 2030, there will be less people available to enter the workforce in the coming years. And then I did some other research with the U.S. Department of Labor. And it seems that, at least in the U.S., that accounting and auditing jobs are closely tied to the overall health of the economy. And I think this seems to me to be a reasonable assumption to extrapolate globally. And so for the purpose of this example, I'm going to go ahead and do that. And as we had a lab before this about the effects of COVID in audit, And as I'm sure we're all aware of with the lack of travel and things, that things are, and we're all feeling the effects of COVID-19 on the economy. There's some projections that this lasts into 2021, and because of the amount of time that I really have, I only have 30 minutes, is that I wanted to, there's some other things in geopolitics that you can see. There could be certain other bumps in the road due to other things in the coming couple of decades. So with that, let's say a focus on automating the audit process seems to be a practical response to uncertainty and availability and economic challenges. And this isn't an original idea. I think we've seen this going on now for the last couple of decades. So if I look very quickly at the audit workflow, I can see for the focus on data, these are the major steps where we have request data from a client, prepare extraction scripts, extract the data, load the data, validate the data, and transform the data so that we can have it staged for processing the data so that we can create standard routine reports that we want to look at, whether it's for fraud or for audit, the substantive procedure. We go through a process of analyzing the report, following up on exceptions, and then creating an audit report. So for my thoughts, if we look at this portion of the process, I think the areas that would be the highest value automation, we now have an existing standard for requesting data and preparing extraction scripts, both for the auditor as well as the specification for ERP vendors in order to build standard reports that will do the things that we have in the standard. We also have opportunities with extracting data. There's a number of companies in the industry that could extract the data. Then we have the ability to load, validate, and transform the data is something we could do with automation. And then processing the data as well as creating audit routine reports. And then finally, a standardized workflow, which is the way a lot of people will respond to this, would be the audit report. So based on this example and what the process and the areas I think are for automation, I think this is the way for this example that I would look to respond. So we already have a standard for this area, both the requesting data and preparing scripts. And so I think enhanced guidance would help people to understand. I think the extracting the data, there's a number of tools on the market currently, and this is the area that we have the greatest chance of ending up in the same situation as electrical plugs. So I think there is an opportunity there for some new standards on how these tools are implemented, maybe how we use a single tool with XML, a standard XML that goes into it that we can extract different things for different purposes. Then when I look at loading, validation, and transformation, I think there's an opportunity there for what we do with that data. The validation process, both of these things have to do with record counts and hash totals and the types of ancillary information we need to make sure that the data is validated correctly. And then I think transforming and data staging, which is a common data model, kind of go together. I think there may be an opportunity for a new standard there. Then as we look at the processing data and creating these routine audit reports, as well as analyzing, and I think we do have an opportunity, and in some cases have already used automation, robotics, and machine learning for different types of tools. I think for a while, following up on exceptions is going to be a manual process. I think we could use some new guidance in this area to further understand what to do with the reports that we're analyzing and how to follow up with those exceptions, both new guidance and white papers. And then finally, the create the audit report. I think we're both referencing we're looking at enhanced guidance. There's an opportunities for automation and robotics in creating automated work papers. But I'm not sure that we need a new standard. And I think the things that's important here is that in some areas we need new standards, in some areas we need enhanced guidance. In areas like this, we need to look to other standard groups that we may not be as familiar with for standards that are already there, and then put guidance together on how to tie the new standards to the existing standards and how to use them together. So in closing, I would say standards can be a foundation for innovation to address future change. And they should be considered a starting point for understanding multinational alignment on concepts, but not necessarily as the finish line, as I say here. They should not be considered the finish line. By the time a standard is developed, a lot of the innovators that have been probably already moved past that and are working on the next challenges. Lastly, 30 seconds, is what is the purpose of the new international standard? It's a foundation point for further innovation with audit data. Where does the new standard fit into audit activities? It's with audit data processing. How should we determine our priorities? Well, I really think that innovators, people who want to change things for the better, should determine these priorities. And then when should we consider the need for a new standard is needed? And that's when we observe challenges for future innovations that land us in this world of electrical plugs. And then I really think the standard groups should make decisions on when new standards are needed, and these should be derived by future innovation needs. So I hope this gave you some things to think about and some ways to look at standards in a new way. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And I think you also shared about the audit data standards, not from the point of the how we're on the audit. And it's also giving a very interesting background to about the growing population and the demographics, because that is where the future lies. And it is not only about standards, but it is also to see how those standards we have to follow in the coming world. You took us to 2100, so that was quite interesting from the perspective of population and demographies, and as we move the global village.
It was my pleasure to take you on that little journey. It's something that I've tried to think about, and where we're going with the technology that we're taking along with us, and how we get to the next area. So
absolutely. So thank you, Joy. All the participants. Let me introduce and invite Mr. Eric E. Cohen. Mr. Eric is the co-founder XBRL, the chief architect for XBRL's global ledger taxonomy framework, the XBRL GL as we commonly know. And I would request Eric to share his views about the lessons learned in the development of blockchain and internal controls from the COSO perspective. So thank you, and inviting Eric.
Thank you very much. And if I can have the button so I can share my screen, please.
Absolutely.
So when I get that, I will share my slides. In advance of that, we'll just go ahead and talk, because the button's still not highlighted here. Let me see if we can get it going. Share content.
I'll request Ashok team just to see that Eric is able to share.
Yeah, Aditya, can you please manage this? Share.
Santosha, he has the presenter rights.
Screen is not working.
Okay, so you please guide him.
Until I see the button
yes,
highlighted.
Eric sir, this side Aditya from Asucham team. Hello.
Go ahead, Aditya.
Hello.
Go ahead, Aditya. Go ahead.
Yeah, at the bottom of the screen, there is a share option. Is it visible to you?
I'm clicking that and nothing is happening.
So it is able. You are the presenter right now, right?
All right. Well, that makes life very interesting, and so we will just, if I can't make it happen, I will just make you look at my sad face for 30 minutes and do my best to be as entertaining as possible here.
Eric, I'm sure the Ashocham team would have had your presentation
It
back.
did just came up.
Yeah,
So
Eric sir.
life is now better. I will now be able
Great.
to share my
So,
screen. Thank you for whoever
great. So we
clicked the
can
right
stick to the
button there.
plan A instead of moving to the plan.
So the plan A became plan B, became plan A again. Excellent. So I'm hoping you can see my screen.
Absolutely.
And
Because
I'm
as a
hoping you
team,
can
you
see
have
me.
sorted the challenge.
Fantastic. So if you can see the slide, again, my name is Eric Cohen. I have been involved in emerging accounting and audit technologies for a very, very long time. I am a national expert to ISO TC 307, blockchain distributed ledger technologies. Also have had an opportunity as a national expert and a liaison to work with Vinod and with Joel in ISO PC and now TC 295. Also on ISO TC 322, 324, and others in areas like sustainable finance and sharing economy and others. So a great passion for the future of accounting, reporting, and business, and very appreciative of this opportunity to share with you today. My responsibility over the next 24 minutes or so is to talk about blockchain, and in particular the COSO thought leadership paper, Blockchain Internal Control, a COSO perspective. This is a topic that is of incredible interest to me, and I hope I can share some of that passion with you. The zeal for an internet-facilitated, single, global, immutable, public, cryptographically supported, standardized, and complete audit trail that can support continuous audit, leveraging digital signatures and hashes. And you can see some stars because there's the picture of what blockchain is may not be complete in what you read and see, and hopefully I'll help you a little bit in that doing your own research. But this area of taking digital transactions, and in particular using that thing called XBRL GL, an audit data standard published by the XBRL Consortium around 20 years ago. So taking transactions, standardizing them, using cryptographic means and methods to store them onto an immutable, reusable storage device. 20 years ago, it would have been based on web services. Today, and part of my great interest in blockchain, is the use of blockchain for this purpose, from which auditors can draw the information, which can go off to archival, and from which reports can come. So an audit trail black box is an idea that I've had from before the blockchain era. Well, I say before the blockchain era. I will give you a little piece of information you may not have known about blockchain and its origin. And then being able to take the cryptographic hashes and without a blockchain 20 years ago, posting them to a place like the New York Times Sunday Classifieds or the primary social media at the time used or some other method. And again, the concept of being able to take accounting events, recording them, making them public, and using that as the preferred way to do business reporting is not new. You may have heard of something called triple entry accounting, which I'm glad to discuss with you over adult beverages sometime in the future. But the idea that it may be better to be able to get our reporting from the events recorded and made available rather than waiting only for the value as summarized by management. This type of an idea has been around for 50 years. Eminent scholar George H. Sorter wrote about events theory, where if we could just report the events and all of the facts to people, they could make their own assumptions, they can make their own valuations, they can make their own decisions. Of course, in 1969, we didn't have the computers, we didn't have the storage, we didn't have cloud and mobile devices, we didn't have standards, as Joel's just mentioned, we didn't have the analytic tools, we didn't have services, and we certainly didn't have, in 1969, blockchain and distributed ledger technology. As I mentioned, as we go through our time together, as you go and you attempt to learn about blockchain from technical sources, from the audit firms and others, you'll find many, many different portraits online of what blockchain is, if you remember the little asterisks that I mentioned as we began, and what blockchain isn't. And the piece of guidance number one is always do your own research and take nothing for face value, including what I'm going to share with you, because a great deal of what you hear about blockchain is wrong. It's wrong because of people's motivation for putting it up there. It's wrong because people don't understand cryptography and the technology. But I just want to begin with that guidance for you. With that little bit of background, this is an area of interest for me for decades. The idea of being able to use blockchain for audit and auditing blockchain, incorporating standards such as the ISO 21378-2019 mentioned by Joel, XBureau Global Ledger, OECD SAFT, AICPA audit data standards, standardizing the data so that we can get at it in a better basis. This was why 2 years ago, a gentleman named Dr. Sri Ramamurthy, University of Akron professor, and I got together. He has a great passion for all things accounting and audit and a very close relationship and the knowledge of the COSO framework. I, being an emerging accounting and audit technologist, great interest in blockchain standardization, why we went to COSO and said, hey, let's put together a paper of why blockchain and internal control and accounting, why the profession and everybody should know about this. COSO being that oversight group over the sponsoring organizations of the Treadway Commission, the AICPA, the IIA, the IMA, FEI, and the accounting academics in the US, the AAA. So we got together and we began to say, how can we bring this together? How can we help broker a dialogue? How can we bring together the community to understand blockchain, to understand some of its implications to the internal control of the business environment, to help get rid of some of those fads and fallacies, to try and counter some of them. And so, again, in the time we have, I can't go through the rather mega-sized document that we put out. If it's helpful to anybody, you should see how much we left on the cutting room floor that hopefully will become some future documents in the area of governance, sustainability, and some other areas as well. But again, if you need to go and do some other things, the brief summary to begin, blockchain is becoming more mainstream. And just over the last year, we've seen Kraken, a major exchange in the United States. Wyoming has now said that they can operate an official bank under the SPDI rules. We've seen large companies start to put millions and millions of dollars into Bitcoin as part of their treasury. We've seen the PCOB come out with guidance on how to audit this. We've seen the AICPA in the US come out with guidance on accounting and auditing. We've seen the PCOB and its Canadian counterparts say that accountants aren't quite getting it right and don't have the knowledge they need. So blockchain is becoming more mainstream. And so organizations who are interested in leveraging have to evaluate the risks associated with the blockchains being considered, how to address those risks. The COSO 2013 Internal Control Integrated Framework is our premise that it can be an effective and efficient approach to be able to design and implement controls to address the unique risks associated with blockchain. And again, blockchain makes some things riskier. Blockchain remediates some risks. Blockchain has the potential to really remediate a lot of other risks. And blockchain brings some new risks as well. And so you'll see in the document as we go through the various parts of the framework where we tried to speak to each of those issues. So the paper provides perspective for using the 2013 framework to identify, evaluate, and mitigate risks, primarily in the context of financial reporting. And as I say, a future area takes it beyond financial reporting. A great area of interest for me is in corporate governance. Working with folks like the Open Compliance and Ethics Group, applying an XML-based artifact called GRC XML that we've been working on, and how to use blockchain to be able to track risks and controls and test of controls and not just values. And then high-level background on blockchain, which I'll share just a little bit of. Examples of how the blockchain will impact each of the components. And again, we've got some good summaries in the slide deck that I won't have time to go to, but point you to the document, and of course you'll have this deck as well. Speak about how stakeholders may use the guidance and particularly next steps, and I will want to touch on that before my time is up. And then some 10 things to know about blockchain, which again, I want to make sure I summarize those. For those of you who aren't familiar with the 2013 Internal Control Integrated Framework, it's an incredible tool, came out 2013, obviously. Even those who are not familiar with the document itself, they may have seen an auditor's report on internal control where they say that the companies used the 2013 Internal Control Integrated Framework as their evaluation for ICFR. And even more people may be familiar with a thing called the COSO Cube, and that's the thing in the middle of your screen right now. Speaking to the control environment, the risk assessment, the control activities, the information and communications and monitoring activities with the 17 things that match up then to those 5. We've got the nature of the entity across the next axis, an entity, a division, operating unit, and function. And again, one of the incredible potential powers of blockchain is that ability to, through decentralization, bring together disparate entities in a new way to create a super entity. In Japan, they have the thing called kairetsu. In Korea, they've got the chaebol. And so maybe we have these new super entities. And so the whole nature of internal control and the difference between internal audit and external audit becomes very blurred when you now have interrelated organizations who are now enabled through blockchain to work in a way that you could not work efficiently before. And then across the top, we have operations, we've got the reporting, and we've got the compliance. And so our effort was to consider all of these, although we certainly concentrated on the right-hand side there. As I said, I want to give you at least a brief background on blockchain. As I said in an earlier slide, many people come out with definitions. People don't agree on definitions. The ISO TC307 has published its standardized definitions, which you can work off of. This definition here, because those definitions weren't published yet, although I had access to them, is based on that blockchain is a secure and transparent sequential database maintained by a decentralized network of users responsible for agreeing upon additions to the chain, the consensus model, and secured through cryptography. And again, people can disagree. There are people who are doing centralized blockchains. There are people who are doing non-consensus mechanisms. There are people who aren't using cryptography. There are people who are doing things other than sequential databases, but this is sort of our general idea here. But one of the big misunderstandings when you read people talking about the blockchain, how it will be used in accounting, that they refer to the blockchain and they say the blockchain is this, the blockchain will do that. And there are thousands and thousands of blockchains. There are public ones, there's private ones. The Ethereum blockchain is different than the Bitcoin blockchain. There's lots of them, and so that's one of the challenges. Everybody seems to talk about one place where everything will be, and that's simply not the case. And again, interoperability and standards may help lead us there, but we're not getting the concentration on interoperability we should yet, another one of my areas. So with blockchain functionality, in particular, to transfer digital assets or cryptocurrencies, tokens, crypto collectibles in near real time, organizations have a new opportunity to work differently, create new business models, new chains, and increase the speed towards a product or delivery. Again, one of the fads or fallacies is that blockchain began with Bitcoin, and it actually began between 1992 and 1995. In the paper, the Bitcoin white paper written by the pseudo-anonymous person or group of Satoshi Nakamoto, there are 8 references in the back. 3 of those references relate to a gentleman named Stuart Haber and a gentleman named Scott Stornetta. And Stewart and Scott are the people who came up with the underlying theory built using Merkle trees and hashes and creating chains of information. And in 1995, they had a service which is still going today, although they're not part of it, called surety.com for digital document integrity. So there has been a blockchain, and you can still go and look in the Sunday New York Times Classified, and you can see a hash published there almost every Sunday. So this idea of leveraging timestamping digital signatures, blocks being added to old blocks, integrity of data throughout has actually been around since 1995. But again, the wide adoption came with the Bitcoin 10 years ago. And so digital assets, however volatile they are, I saw Bitcoin was up into the high 13,000 USDs today. Up and down, it's 10,000 up from February. So there you go. Market participants looked at this and began to investigate the underlying technology and its potential as a new means of connecting parties. After Bitcoin, we have things like Ethereum, which added new functionality. The ability to create custom tokens to track things, the ability to put in smart contracts, which are neither smart nor contracts, but can be used to do some wonderful things. And this ability to add the custom digital assets and new powerful programming environments really began to move the vision of blockchain forward. So as we look at financial reporting controls and processes, we can look at all the different areas that we're dealing with. Internal controls related to the control environment can be blockchain enabled. Decentralized external systems may be needed for these new controls, especially across enterprises in a new cross-enterprise decentralized world. We're seeing consortium blockchains, and we're seeing enterprise blockchains with new types of relationships between vendors and suppliers. Of course, this electronic audit trail, which things like the Lightning Network and side chains means that the entire audit trail isn't there, but that ability to have it there and use it. New reasons to simplify or even have to get the ability to get rid of reconciliations if everything can be easily found on a blockchain. The need for new types of SOC reporting, system state, how do you deal with a decentralized organization with no management to approve SOCs and be able to include that in your ICFR world? The integration of digital assets into an environment. What happens when you've got smart contracts and business rules, making sure that everything is right. And so monitoring is the only control that you have left after the fact. The ability to have continuous real-time financial reports. And there's currently a CPA firm in the United States on our West Coast, which has been delivering real-time audit reports related to stable coins. Real time, we're really pushing the borders. They're not even having a human sign the assurance level reports, the reasonable assurance report. So we're seeing the changes happen already. So as I mentioned, as we look at each of the 5 areas that we saw on the COSO cube, as I mentioned, we look at things that might enhance the environment. We look at new threats and risks. We look at how blockchain may mitigate or how we can mitigate these changes. And in my slide deck, again, I see I'm slowly eking towards my end here. I won't be able to go through these in detail. You'll have them on my slides and in the document. Let's look at the control environment. And when you think of the control environment, in many ways, we have not even begun to touch on technology. We're talking about integrity and ethical values. We're talking about exercising oversight. We're talking about enforcing accountability. And so you say, how can a technology help you with integrity and ethical values? Well, if you put in these new systems, perhaps you can be letting people know that it is your goal to avoid human error, that you're seeking to combat transactional reporting fraud. You're seeking to make it more transparent. You've got cryptographically verifiable immutability and irreversibility. You may be able to support new real-time reports and real-time assurance. You may be able to look at things that deviate from your standards of conduct, and you may be able to facilitate management's manual intervention from processes. as Brian and the confirmation group talked about, many people think that right now you have to assume almost that management has a fraud triangle. They've got motive, they've got means, they've got rationalization, they've got the ability, they've got all those different things. And so the more we can remove management from being able to touch the system and make it a straight through process, maybe that helps with the commitment to integrity and ethical values. But there are the new threats and risks. If you're using Monero or one of the privacy coins, does that show that your organization reputationally is trying to hide stuff? Would people use your permissionless blockchain for an unethical exploit? And do you, by using a permissionless blockchain, take on some of the risks of other people using it for that purpose, even if you're not? What happens with the decentralization, not being able to get SOC reports, not being able to rely on central intermediaries? What about finding competent personnel, people who understand this, understand that, again, much of what you read is wrong? And so providing some mitigation features, codes of conduct to make sure that you're choosing blockchains the right way, you're choosing people the right way, making sure that you understand what happens if you choose an outsourced service provider, due diligence policies to deal with the parties that you're going to be transacting with on an enterprise or consortium blockchain. And again, time is slipping from me here. I won't read the entire slide to you. But again, the paper then goes through for each of the areas for risk assessments. If you bring in blockchains, maybe you can have, especially if we've got great blockchain interoperability, which we don't have now, it's very aspirational. You can have a more agile business environment, more quickly identifying and assessing your achievements of your various entity objectives. But again, in a consortium blockchain, an enterprise blockchain, you may have different risk tolerances. There may be new fraud streams, there will be new fraud schemes. Getting the evidence to support the transactions may be difficult because, unlike what people say, all of the detail you need is not necessarily on the blockchain. It's pointing off maybe to the underlying data source, maybe through an API if you're lucky, maybe the data is off on an immutable database, something like IPFS, the Interplanetary Filing System. And so we have a series of new risks, and then we've got the mitigation. And again, the same thing for control activities, the same thing for information and communication. And again, as we moved into these areas, we tried to concentrate on ICFR and financial reporting, but there's an awful lot more that comes when we begin to look at governance in these areas as well. So blockchain, very important. We go on then to provide some additional information. We speak about my Velociraptor. And when people say the blockchain will make auditors obsolete, the first thing that I ask them is, do you think that it satisfies the Velociraptor? And Velociraptor is just a mnemonic that I have for the management's assertions. What are auditors doing? They're gathering the evidence needed to support management's assertions. And blockchain is good at a lot of things, but your standard putting things on the Bitcoin blockchain, the Ethereum blockchain, they do not solve most of these things. They don't keep track of obligations and rights. If you see coins in a Bitcoin address, you have no idea whether the person who has the keys that can unlock that is the person who has theoretically in the law in your country or the law or practice or the rights to that. It could be an exchange, it could be a person. As you watch numbers go from one account to the other, you don't have the identity to know whether someone is exchanging something with themselves or with someone else who they are due to the pseudonymous, well, almost anonymity of the system. There's no classification. Completeness with side chains is questionable. You know something happened, but you don't really know what. And so auditing is not going away, and it's always important to keep the Velociraptor in mind. Almost at the end, we have an appendix on 10 things to know about blockchain, many of which I've already shared with you, that most of the information, a lot is completely misleading or incorrect, that it is more than digital assets. It can bring great benefit for tracking many other different things, especially as we move to a new enterprise model. It's not magic. It comes at a cost. It doesn't eliminate all risks. As we've seen, it introduces new ones. We have to know how to evaluate, prepare for, and deal with the impact on internal controls. So it's crucial to know what's going on. It is not just technology, it has governance implications. It will not make accountants, auditors obsolete, although it may change what we do and how we do it. There are some new skill sets involved. This is now the time to educate. It is changing. Gartner has said that if you have a system in today, in 18 months, you'll have to put in an entirely new system, but adoption of blockchain may not be a choice for you. So my last minute here, next steps, important for everybody is to gain a foundational understanding, work on building expertise if you have responsibilities, identify how this can help promote or reduce your reporting risks, understand how internal and external auditors are considering blockchain, or how it's going to impact your audit. So build, involve, and then again, thank you for this opportunity to meet with this esteemed group, because it is going to take an ongoing dialogue. It is going to take educating students. It's going to take research projects. It's going to take people coming together to understand the risks. So much online is incorrect. People say that there's capabilities that are aspirational, but tokenization can have huge potential implications, but everything is moving too fast and too slow at the same time, which makes all this an incredible challenge. But I will leave you. Joel had his guitars. I've got some instruments behind me too. The ability to track things, to do new types of provenance, new types of protections. This is an incredible opportunity, and I look forward to continuing to discuss with many of you and beginning the discussion with some of you these great issues. So thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you and to present on the COSO Thought Leadership Paper, Blockchain and Internal Control, a COSO Perspective. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric. That was very insightful, because what I personally believe is that it's not about the blockchain standards and auditing procedures, but I think somewhere, and as you very rightly highlighted, that we have to understand blockchain first. We have to understand that this is not something that this is a new tool, or this is a new treasury item, or this is a new technology. Let's just jump upon the bandwagon. But as you very rightly highlighted, that this is not something which is risk-free, because I think the way blockchain has been marketed or been popularized, let me change the word marketed, is that this is something which is risk-free or risk-prone, or so I think you very rightly highlighted the new threats, the risk, and of course, as auditors, we always look for mitigating factors, but very rightly so, that this is not a fancy thing. This is not something that everyone should just understand it over a few hours and say that let's hit and try this, because this is much more. And also, let me also thank you for bringing in that piece of awareness, that while we look at technology, but there is always the ethics, the value, the culture of the organizations, which are beyond technology as on date, and those remains the driving forces. We know best of the companies, the global companies, the Indian companies, the US companies, who have a reputation, and that reputation is made based on the ethics, the code of conduct, the morale, the integrity under which the external opportunities and threats under which these organizations perform. So, and technology is something I think not there as of now. So we should not look everything as a riding factor, but we should also consider that there are risks to rightly highlighted. So thank you, Eric, once more, and thank you, Eric, for keeping your session very precise and time bound. I remember Mr. Vinod Kashyap has been highlighting us that it might be not a good idea to have half an hour with eminent members like you, but that is how we were scheduling the 2-day event, and we had certain restrictions. But with every speaker, Joel earlier and Eric now, I completely endorse Mr. Vinod Kashyap's suggestions that half an hour is less time. Try that next time we can have more further detail. So let me move forward for the session, and let me invite and introduce Dr. Miklos Veshereli. Dr. Miklos is a distinguished KPMG professor and director for Continuous Auditing and Reporting Lab. I would request Dr. Miklos to share his views on continuous audit in the age of artificial intelligence. Welcome, Dr. Miklos.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm a little bit worried here that you can't see my slides. Can you see my slides? Yes, I see the smile on Vijay's face. That's Mochi. He has 20,000 followers in Instagram. Mochi the Chow. It's great to speak after Eric. It makes me think about 15 or 20 years ago when we were doing a circuit on XBRL. And talking about after Eric was great because you never needed to present because he covered his time and our time with his talk. And so always we started to put Eric as last. But he now has been incredibly disciplined. I'm very impressed. Thank you very much. Actually, my connection to blockchain in this talk is very limited. And I really actually want to talk about continuous auditing and how is it evolving. I always talk about the car lab because I think it's public good. And then I kind of go into other things. The car lab is my research center, and our area at Rutgers on information systems has been ranked #1 in the world for the last 30 years. And recently people discovered that continuous auditing is part of auditing. And so now our ranking in auditing has been going up. Give it a few more years, we'll be close to the top. Our group is very eclectic, and surprisingly enough, we have no Indian students, although we did have it in the past. And there's around 50 people doing analytic audit research and analytic accounting research, and serving basically applied project, not exactly serving government, standard setting, organizations, and CPA firms. As you can see, we are a very, very eclectic group. And we are not a consulting firm. We don't repeat projects. We keep our intellectual property, but anyone who works with us can derive their own patents. And this is basically our logo. If you know what you are doing, you are not doing research. Research is delving into what you don't understand. And so we have a whole set of projects that we have been working on with government, with CPA firms, etc. I'll give you an example. I gave you just a list of examples here, but I am actually passing you this deck. And on this deck, there is a link that you can click on, use this password, and there are hundreds of papers, PowerPoint presentations, recordings, and etc. of some of our work over the last 20 years. Now, I always like to talk about this is public good, and especially public good for India, because in India, most people speak some English or a lot of English. And what basically we've done in the last 5 years, maybe more, a little bit more than that, we recorded every lecture. I recorded every course that we have. And this might not be great recording, but you could get a complete US accounting education out of our recordings. We also have on this the whole advanced area of analytics that we lead. And we have our 3 analytic courses and our PhD seminars on it. And it's very, very easy to reach. You just go into YouTube and you say Rutgers Analytics or blockchain or robotic process automation Rutgers, and you get the lectures. It's very easy to do, and you can get a pretty good education out of it. but takes discipline. One more thing I wanted to mention is that we run these continuous auditing conferences yearly, and now they are international. We never have done one in India, but we do them every year in Brazil. We now have been doing recently in Spain, and we just started doing them in the UK. And they are on November 6th and 7th, and you're welcome to join them. We have the PCOB represented, the ex-chairman of the FASB, the SEC represented, all the big four, etc., etc. And it's really a technical conference on audit analytic research. Okay, and so in continuous auditing, we have I have worked on this since my Bell Labs days. And we had this conceptualization that was very simple. Measure a system, compare it to standard, and pick up an exception. And seemed to be very obvious, but it hasn't really picked up. Although the AICPA issued their guidance, the IIA issued something related to it, ISACA issued some guidance, and now we reissued our red book, which became the pink book with AICPA. It hasn't really picked up until the last 2 or 3 years, where finally technology basically reached up the ideas, and we can do something much more interesting with new technologies. And at the end of our talk today, I'm going to be talking about where we are taking mixing AI with continuous auditing. What we said in our 91 paper is this methodology, continuous auditing, will change the nature of evidence, the timing, procedures, and effort involved in audit work. And this is actually a whole set of things that we expected to happen. The most key thing on this is we expect what we call audit by exception, whereby regular automatic processes monitor the system, and where a suspicion function gives you a very high index, you would basically intervene with some degree of assurance. And now new technology has brought us the ability to analytically predict and to intercept going downstream erroneous or suspect transactions. And this is a very big change. And it's really like deal with this with all technologies. You have great expectations for it. It takes a long time. It's short-term expectations don't realize themselves. Long-term, these expectations are much exceeded by the reality because technology have changed. Digital transformation these days incorporates big data, AI, Internet of Things. And putting those things together, we can really do tremendous things in the assurance area. And I don't know if the concepts of assurance should be called assurance exactly. It's really kind of a meta control of very strong power. This actually is happening in the world and in the US. The reporting really explains very small part of valuation of companies. And companies are progressively putting a lot of non-GAAP information in there. And like 85% of the Standard & Poor's companies already present substantial amount of non-GAAP information. And what's happening in the assurance domain is that 36% of them are now creating some form of assurance of non-GAAP information. I expect auditing to go very much in the direction of non-GAAP information. I expect auditing very much to be automated and close to the event. And just to give you an example, the AICPA has come up with a whole set of SOCs, and many others are going to emerge on assurance of non-financial type of things. And the AICPA and the PCOB has to disjoin themselves, separate themselves from the traditional financial audit, progressively embrace this need and this trend. okay, we done a project with the AICPA and 8 leading CPA firms and CPA Canada. And basically we gave up on sampling and we went in the direction of full population testing with examining controls, examining what could go wrong, not controls, sorry about that. And basically we extracted with filters what could go wrong and created not exceptions, but something we call notable items to avoid some features of standards. And we rank the notable items and give indication to auditors what has a higher suspicion coefficient. We actually think auditing has to go in this direction and doesn't have too much of an alternative. Furthermore, we did a second project under radar, under this project I mentioned, which is basically using process mining. What is process mining? Is a technology whereby you extract logs of ERPs and understand what's happening with a transaction. When I first saw process mining about 7 years ago, I said, well, I'm an engineer, so most transactions are going to follow the same path. Maybe 5 types of paths will explain 85% of the variance. Actually, what we found is a spider web. And in this particular procurement of a bank application, we found 960 alternate paths. And we think that this is really very powerful for auditing. And the reason it has not been fully adopted, although many firms are now starting to use it, is because it's so disruptive and so different. The other thing we think is going to affect tremendously auditing is external data. I call it exogenous data. And basically, there are many, many sources of external data, as you can see them. And progressively, we are doing more and more of usage of this data for some form of confirmation. But I don't think the traditional confirmation methods, sorry, Brian, are really going to survive. What's going to happen is the audit is going more and more a linkage between what company records say and what external indications give. But you cannot consider exogenous data in the same light that you consider today evidence. They are very stochastic. They're very stochastic. Now, in this particular picture, just that we took out from Sonora, it shows how many external data actually exist in the world in little segments or in very large segments. Like Twitter is a very large segment, and there is a whole patch, Swiss cheese, of how can you access them? Can you access them at all? But this is really kind of tells you that most of the audit of the future will be external data linked. And as a good academic, I create suspicion functions linking this type of evidence or exceptions drawn by this evidence or evidence drawn or numbers drawn by this evidence to actually some suspicion function. This is an example, going very fast with this, of a paper we have in 3rd review of the top accounting journal, Accounting Review. And in this particular paper, we actually picked up data from a very large company with about 2,000 outlets in the US. And we did predictive analytics on it. And basically, we clustered stores that were similar, created model for each one of these clusters, about 9 of them. And the models were reasonably representative. And this is a continuous audit to a certain degree. Why? Because you predict sales for a store, you look at the declared sales, and if there is a big difference between the declared and the predicted, that's a proxy for this store needs to be audited. And then we added zip code information about macroeconomic trends in the area, and finally weather. And the results were very, very powerful. Weather is an exogenous variable, and this particular set of stores have very strong weather-related sales patterns, meaning in the Northeast, you are worried about snowstorms. In Florida, you're worried about hurricanes. In the Midwest is heat and typhoons and et cetera, et cetera. Now, a couple of the AI tools that we have been working on, and all of these things, there are papers, a couple of them published in books and et cetera, et cetera. We think that the investment by CPA firm should be really in the area of of cognitive agents like Siri, like Alexa, and et cetera. I have been saying this for a while. We had a dissertation with Chao Li. We called it Luca, but I really have to find an organization that can work with us to develop something like this. I would develop it in little pieces, and this was a brainstorm area of the audit that we created this, and there is a lot of public code that can be used for this, but would require a larger organization, programming-wise, not researchers, to create something bulletproof. But I actually think that this is the area that's really abandoned and mistreated by research and certainly by implementation in practice. And I can share this dissertation. Okay, I put some slides just to entertain the middle. We have just finished a paper that got published recently on another top accounting journal. And basically what you do is we applied machine learning to accounting estimates. And the bottom line of the whole story is that our results were much better than what the companies predicted. Actually, the results were around 40% in the best case, better than company predictions. And insurance is particularly good for applying machine learning because companies have to declare basically what the payments were and what the predicted payments will be. And it was very clear that management of insurance companies favor in estimates. Our basic idea here is that the FASB in the US should basically create formulas based on machine learning to make predictions of estimates, not allow discretionary estimates. GE in the last year of Mr. Inmelt actually made a change of estimate worth $4.5 billion that made the company profitable when it wasn't called profitable. And I have several examples of that sort. The results are in here. There is a published paper. I can share that. Now, a couple of other things, and then I'll go to my main slide on this that is just one. We actually have worked on projects with Brazilian clothes manufacturer Hering, which basically compared an external system in Brazil whereby the government collects sales purchase order information, and they matched it on real time against what they had internally and as a way of external validation. When we started talking about continuous auditing, we never even imagining doing something like this because no government had this. Brazil is very ahead of this part. We also worked recently with the Brazilian Navy and basically did a payroll continuous audit. And the results are very good, and it helps tremendously decrease costs. And is, as I say, usually continuous auditing is as much as a managerial tool, management control, as assurance tool. And what this basically says that we are getting to the stage that that you can basically rethink how real-time assurance is. And so this is actually our current project that we are starting to evolve. Remember I talked about process mining. I talked about radar and the MATS project, and this is actually what we are thinking of doing. First, just a comment about blockchain. Blockchain is a way to share data among entities, and you can create it very transparent. You can create it very protected, and this is a basic change, a paradigmical change of ways of thinking about data, because data is not internal, but is external. Obviously, companies will copy it internally and do the habitual thing. However, blockchain and intelligent contracts, or smart contracts, whatever, which are basically rules that you embed on the blockchain and cannot be adulterated currently, are going to have a role in certain application. I totally endorse what Eric said before. Is very hyped and is not is going to be used as a type of database. That's what I always tell my students. And it has some nice characteristics, but is not a panacea and is being applied to many things that are not really right. Now, thinking about external data sources and thinking about the ecosystem of data, we have data coming into our ecosystem, and then basically what we want to do is create a schemata of linking the corporate data that's in blue in the bottom with external exogenous big data, and link to the data that comes in to the corporation or to your entity that you're considering, and apply some intelligent functions onto it to basically validate the data and also to give you predictive information that can help you in your assurance and in your management. Now, we already have a plethora of small little functions that auditors use to check data, and things like duplicate detection, things like authorization limits, and etc. And those can be incorporated in what Celonis, a vendor of process mining, calls it the action engine. And you basically can throw hundreds of these little intelligent modules. And I always say intelligence is really on functionality. And this idea of little robots more intelligent than people, computers are more intelligent than people in many features, is really what you can achieve. And so you would kind of link a whole set of things, we call them daemons or crons, which are really smart functionalities, but thousands of these, or maybe at least hundreds of these, into time series analysis, cross-sectional analysis, and working towards prevent downstream transactions that are incorrect, or at least examining the ones that are very risky. That's basically the schemata of the future, where you're going to join crons and daemons within the schemata of the ecosystem that you're going to be using. And you're going to use a suspicion function based on things like the weather data that I showed you, et cetera, to filter, or based like the machine learning model for insurance companies, to filter things that are incorrect or things that vary so much that they are worth being examined. And this is actually what we think that the ecosystem of the future are. Basically, two types of intelligent agents. One that is activated by circumstances, the other one that's being run on predetermined time every second, hour, or day. And basically, you can bring many different things, like what I talked, MADs, by auditor heuristics. We actually have a list of about 30, and basically something that has not been done yet, which is create heuristics, like expert system type of heuristics for process mining. This is what actually, at this exact moment, we are negotiating with one of the process mining vendors, which I mentioned, Celonis, and a very large multi-billion-dollar company to be the guinea pig. And we want to basically create a system of this type as an illustration of what can be done in the domain of future continuous audit, or future continuous assurance, or future continuous monitoring with predictive characteristics. And actually here I just listed a set of items that things you can do with continuous monitoring and audit in a more continuous basis. The one thing I wanted to call out, call your attention to, is that we need a product in auditing which is a continuous monitoring and assurance product, to basically, the time cycles of a year or a quarter of a year that we have in the reporting and in the audit now are really ridiculous in a real-time economy. And we need to do something like that. So I knew I was very constrained in time. Sorry, I wish I could have a whole day to work with you guys. Maybe one of these days we can arrange. Also, I wish we could maybe find a developer in India that would like to work with us and put together a cognitive system with real-time characteristics. If you go in the raw Rutgers EDU, or you go to the link that I gave you before, you can see a lot of this work. I'm reachable. I don't have my email address here. Is miklosv, M-I-K-L-O-S-V, @yahoo.com or at Rutgers EDU. And I do answer my emails. I'm not very good in telephone, but I do answer my emails. And I'm very happy to discuss any details you have or provide you any of the papers I discussed. Remember, this is around 50 people doing leading edge research, and we are not commercial. If you want to contact a project with us, you probably pay some of our students and to Rutgers, and that's about it. Thank you very much for inviting me, and I loved remembering the old days working with Eric.
Thank you. This was very insightful on continuous auditing, and I'm too keen, and if I may just request you to spend a minute more and tell us about the institute, because as you rightly mentioned that this is into pure research, and you quoted the great example that if you know what you're doing, then that is not research. So I would request you to spend a minute more and tell us about your institute to all the members here.
Yeah, well, meaning this is every time we talk to a company or to a group about doing work like the PIOB, Public Interest Oversight Board, or we talk with a commercial, AB InBev, that we have been working recently, we basically tell them we are here, we develop new ideas, we keep the intellectual property, basically because we use some technology across projects, and you can continue by creating derivative patents that you can protect and you can sell a product. For example, we developed together with a German company this thing called use control monitoring, and basically both providers of audit software at that time, ACL and Caseware, basically created their own version of that thing. So that's the way we typically work with companies. I hope I answered your question, Vijay.
Absolutely. In the paucity of time, very much, and because you mentioned that you achieved a great job and been working with private organizations with the Department of Navy for some countries. So that was very interesting. What I found through the presentation, I thought you must just enlighten us for a minute more. So with this,
there are papers on that. You can just email me, or it will be published in JETA, the Navy and the Herring paper.
So thank you again, Dr. Miklos. And with this, let me invite our next speaker, Dr. Ephraim Boritz. Dr. Ephraim Boritz is the professor with University of Waterloo, director UWCISA, and the member and independent of Departmental Auditing and Standards Committee. I would request Dr. Ephraim to share his views on describing a set of data and evaluate its integrity. Ephraim, please, welcome.
Yes, good morning. Good morning or good afternoon.
Good morning to you, Dr. Boritz.
I'm having trouble connecting my video. So can you hear me?
Yes, you are quite audible, and you can see as you find it convenient with you.
So let
me. I can hear you, Ephraim.
I'm going to exit and 1 second. Can you see my video now?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you. All right. So I'm just going to. Can you see my slides?
Yes, Dr. Barrett, your slide is visible. It's on the center screen, but quite visible.
All right. I can't see them, so I'll just do my best to work through this.
Just a small update to all the participants. If you find the screen at the center of your machine, you may use the left side tab. There is a zoom sign. So you can just enlarge that picture and you should be able to see it at a much larger level.
Anyways, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to provide this talk. I'm very pleased to be here.
Welcome, Dr. Barrett.
So the presentation that I'm giving you is based on the work that I've been involved with both CPA Canada and the CPA in the United States, organizations, projects that have been going on for quite a number of years on data integrity controls and assurance. In this presentation, I'll be covering a few key topics. I'll talk a little bit about information, some the use cases that we considered in developing the material. I will define information integrity, talk about the information integrity framework. Then closer to the topic at hand of actually providing assurance on data and information, I'll talk about providing a description of data information about which the assurance is going to be given. And then just review what probably is not news to many of you, the steps that can be performed in assuring data integrity. But the interesting thing will be is that some of the steps that can be performed can be different from what we're accustomed to as financial statement auditors. So first of all, let's just recognize that what I'm talking about, it goes beyond financial statements. We're not, financial statements are governed by standards, generally accepted accounting principles, generally accepted auditing standards, and so forth. What I'm talking about is the universe of information that falls outside that. So there is voluntary information that's provided by organizations around the world, and mandatory information, that both of which fall outside the conventional financial statement audit. Some of the information is framework-based, so the frameworks that there are many frameworks, 200 maybe, but some common ones that are in the environmental social governance area exist. We have a framework for reporting on cybersecurity controls, a framework for reporting on systems and organizational controls. There are also information that's produced outside of frameworks, such as key performance indicators. Some people refer to these as non-GAAP financial information, and there's also non-GAAP, non-financial information, all kinds of statistics and so forth. And some of these are subject to regulation in various countries. For example, on the right of this slide, you see that there are some mandatory reports to governments and public, and some of these reports require assurance. However, the assurance model for these is not the model of generally accepted accounting principles and generally accepted auditing standards, because these items of information fall outside our current frameworks. And so that's what this project deals with. So now on this slide, on the right-hand side, you'll see a document. This document is downloadable from the AICPA website, and if you Google, you will find it right at near the top of, it's not the first item, but right near the top. And of course, I can always send you a link if you for whatever reason can't find it. But in this document, there are more than a dozen use cases that describe various types of data that companies produce voluntarily, sometimes under mandate. And we talk about how the data integrity assurance model that we've created in our various task forces can be applied to these use cases. So at this point, just give you just a quick definition of information integrity. And you'll notice in this box, the main item is fitness for purpose. When in the GAAP model, generally accepted accounting principles, the purpose is defined as providing information for general purpose users such as investors and creditors, with priority being given to investors. But when we're not providing general purpose financial statements, there is no obvious purpose. So we have to start with the premise that you cannot evaluate information without understanding what its purpose is. And so one of the first criteria for information integrity reporting and assurance is to understand its purpose. Once you understand its purpose, we've identified faithful representation as being the main goal of reporting on integrity. And the minimum criteria, not the maximum, but the minimum criteria are validity, completeness, currency, and accuracy. If you search the internet or if you look in books and articles, some people have additional criteria, and that's fine. But we've defined these as the minimum criteria, and that's where our framework starts from. When dealing with information, something that is not clear when you're dealing with non-financial information is that you are not just dealing with the information, but the meta information. In generally accepted accounting principles, all that meta information is defined in the various regulations and standards that govern the provision of information. But when you're not dealing with financial statements, you have to then start fresh and think about what is the meta information that needs to be provided in addition to the information to the users for whom this information is intended and for their purposes. So again, this information is all, by the way, is available and in the documents that I'll be showing you as we move along. You can get this information. So I'm not spending a lot of time because there's a lot to cover. But the main point is that there's quite a lot of information that's meta information that has to be provided along with the information in order for it to be fit for its purpose and therefore have integrity. So here is the document where that chart came from. It's available from CPA Canada's website. If you just search for a framework for information integrity, you can download this as a PDF file. The information integrity framework, when we're dealing with information, we have to recognize that the information is the product of a process. And the process has a life cycle. The life cycle, at a minimum, consists of 3 key phases that we've identified as creation, operation and use, and change. Now, you can have more, of course, you can have more stages if you want to be more refined, but we tried to create a framework that is parsimonious, and so this is the smallest life cycle that we could imagine: creation, use, and change. This life cycle takes place in 3 domains: the environment, the processes within the environment, and of course the content, which includes the information and the meta information that we want to assure integrity of. In these 3 domains, we have risks and risk magnifiers within each of these domains. And we have then enablers and controls intended to address those risks. So this cube, mimicking the COSO cube, is the information integrity framework that we've developed. And as I say, you can get actually quite a bit of more detail by downloading this publication from CPA Canada's website. Before we evaluate information integrity, we have to be aware of the information integrity risks, including creation risks, operation and use risks, and change risks. And these risks are subject to various risk magnifiers that depend on the nature of the system, the complexity of the system, the complexity of the data, and of course also the presence of malicious intent. And it's no secret today that most online systems, financial systems and e-commerce systems, are subject to significant malicious intent. But there are other areas of information and internal processing for organizations, for example, that are not on the cloud and are not subject to malicious intent. And so the risks would be assessed differently. There are some organizations that are not-for-profit organizations that might be subject to less malicious intent, whereas for-profit e-commerce type organizations might be subject to significant hostility when they are operating on the cloud. And so these risks have to be considered when evaluating integrity of information. So this is just a diagram that to show how these items relate to one another. You see the environment encompasses both the processing and the content. The content is partly determined by the environment and partly determined by the processing, and that's why it's in the overlap area. Information integrity enablers, controls, and impairments have these relationships. That is, that the environment operates on the processes to create, to enable the processes to function well and to control the processes. The processes operate on the content to ensure that the content has integrity and so forth. And the risks stem from the content depending on the process, and the process depending on the environment. So the risks flow in this direction, and the enablers and control flow in this direction. This chart, which again you will find in the publication I previously cited, shows this relationship between the domains, the content, process, and environment, and the enablers and the controls. Notice that we separate enablers and controls. Many accountants and auditors, in dealing with financial statement type activities, label everything as a control. When you're not dealing with financial statements, there are many aspects of designing systems and information that are really enablers. They are not controls, they're features. So for example, when you're dealing with processes, you could have higher quality routers, higher quality processors, more redundancy, and so forth in systems to support effective information processing and dependable information processing. Those are not controls, those are features. But what you do need is controls to ensure that those features are operating and that they respond to the risks that have been identified, as so on. So, so we identify on my center's website, we actually have a publication that is shareable, and you can access it by simply going to University of Waterloo Center for Information Integrity and Information Systems Assurance, and you go to the section on information integrity, and you will see actually matrices and tables that have a lot of detail that's only summarized on this chart. So when we need to evaluate information integrity, we've defined four key aspects that are required. First, we need a definition or description of the data about which we want to provide integrity or assurance about integrity, the criteria for evaluating that description, consistency between the definition and the data, and the criteria for evaluating consistency. And that is the project that we carried out. We were guided by the attributes of suitable criteria, which are relevance, objectivity, measurability, and completeness. And we produced this guide. Again, this is also available. It's a similar color to the one I previously described, but this is the part, this is a second part, a different guide. This is the guide containing the criteria that are, and these are summarized here, but there's quite a bit of more detail in this publication. And this publication is also available from the AICPA website. If you Google, it'll be on the first page. So, so there are 6 important criteria. First of all, the description of the information has to describe the intended use, because as I mentioned earlier, you can't evaluate data integrity without understanding whether the data is fit for the purpose for which it was intended. And in order to assess that, you first have to define it and ensure that the users know what that intended use is. Then there has to be metadata, which I've mentioned previously, and there are specifically these items of metadata that are suggested, but this would not be neither the minimum or the maximum. It all depends on the intended use of the information. The description needs to be complete and accurate. And here is something that's important, and that is that the description should identify information that was not included, but is necessary to understand the data for its intended purpose. Now, there are lots of reasons why the information might not be included. It might be sensitive, or the data set might be limited due to time, passage of time, loss of historical information, and so on. And so by identifying that information, it enables the user of the data to understand what risks they take in using this information. The description of the information should be provided with the data or information, or be available otherwise. For example, it could be available as a link on the web, or it could be, if it's a physical document, it could be attached right to the data or information. And finally, as I mentioned already previously, the data has to be consistent with its description. And how do we evaluate that? First of all, we have to ensure that nothing is omitted that should be included, or at least if it's omitted, then the omission needs to be described, as I mentioned previously. Nothing is included that should not be included. In other words, there are no items of information that obscure or obfuscate the information that is essential to the user and could be misleading if included. Each element of the information has to be valid, complete, current, and accurate. These I mentioned earlier as the minimum criteria for faithful representation of information, and that these items, validity, completeness, currency, and accuracy, need to be based on the definition and intended use of the information. The standards for assurance are probably known to many of you. These are not the financial statement auditing standards. These are the attestation or assurance standards. So in Canada, these are the international standards, the series for providing assurance, which is the series 3000, 2001. In the US, it's the attestation standards, section 105. The international standards are ISA E3000 and so on. But of course, there could be, those are general standards. There could be more specific standards. So for example, if, for argument's sake, if we were expressing assurance about a report on an integrated report, we would be guided by the guidelines published by the IRC on integrated reports and so on. In these last few slides, I simply summarize the assurance procedures and highlight. I only have a very few minutes left, so I'll highlight them. And these more of this information is available in various publications, especially the assurance publications that I've already alluded to. The most important one on this list, in a way, is the preconditions to accepting an engagement. We should not be accepting a data integrity assurance engagement that does not meet these preconditions. So, for example, the subject matter should be suitable. That is, it should be actually verifiable. The criteria need to exist. The expertise needs to be available, because we're not dealing now with traditional financial statement auditing. We're dealing with many, many other types of information. Ethical requirements, something that we add as accountants to that many others cannot add. The evidence can be obtained. Can't do assurance without evidence, and the likelihood of completion, so that we're not taking on an engagement that we cannot deliver on. In planning, it's important to recognize that materiality is not financial statement materiality, but conceptually it has some similarities. That is, materiality depends on factors that would affect the user of the information, that is, affect their decisions and judgments. And it's also important to note that the scope of the information is variable. This is not like a financial statement audit that's subject to regulation and standards, for example, like an annual period of time, or financial statements for the enterprise as a whole, a consolidated enterprise, or the legal enterprise. The scope can be defined based on the needs of the users, availability of evidence, and so forth. So important to recognize that the scope is not fixed, it's variable, and is subject to negotiation between the assurance provider and the organization. Materiality is not financial statement materiality, but conceptually similar. It is very likely that specialists would be needed to carry out this engagement, because the information may not be standard information, and the many data sources can be sources of the final data that is actually being assured. Risk assessment, we've talked already about. The control risks, we've talked about that the control risks need to be evaluated across the environment, the processes within the environment, and the content, which includes the data and the metadata. These other items, these are standard, so I won't spend time on them. Reporting is interesting, and this is my last slide. The reporting is not is variable, and again subject to negotiation, and of course depending on the needs of the users, but of course it has to be fit for their needs. So the reports can be on an assertion or directly on the information. They can be at a point in time, or they can be over a period of time, and the period of time can be varying in length. So there is no specified period. The report needs to include a description of the data, as we already talked about, and the description of the criteria that were used to evaluate the data. So for example, we have set up criteria, but the criteria could be different. It could be governed by some other organization, but they have to be disclosed. Finally, not finally, but almost finally, the format can be binary, which is a typical financial statement type of approach, where it's either fair or unfair presentation. But we have a lot of flexibility. It does not have to be binary. It can be non-binary. The information can be subject to grading, like high quality meets the minimum standards versus low quality does not meet the minimum standards, or follows preferred practices. So in other words, we have, again, degrees here that are available. Maturity levels can be used, and so on. And the information does not have to be just a simple report. It can contain a summary of the factors that were considered, the tests that were conducted, and the findings together with the information, not just a short form report, although that's also possible, subject to negotiation between the information provider and the assurance provider, subject to, it has to be not misleading, it has to be fit for the purpose. And these other items are conventional inherent limitations and a signature of the assurance provider. That brings me to the end of my conclusion to my presentation. I know it's been very, very quick, but this is a summary of all the key information about reporting on a new set of services that the accounting profession in North America is rolling out, which is assurance on data and information. If you want to get more information from me, or if any of the sources that I've mentioned are not easy for you to find, please contact me at jboritz@uwaterloo.ca, and I will be very, very happy to help you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Boritz. This was really very insightful discussion on data integrity, and thank you for sharing the minimum criteria, which you rightly put up under the larger box of fit for purpose, and then sharing the minimum criteria for faithful representation and other details here on. So with this, we end our technical session here. And I would request my colleague, Mr. Vinod Kashyap, to join me to extend our thanks to all the panel members. And I will request all the participants to wait for a minute. We have a vote of thanks coming from both our chairpersons and the key members who have been behind preparing for this two-day marathon event here. So, Mr. Vinod Kashyap.
Yes. Dr. Miklos, Dick, Brian, and Dr. Boris, I should say thank you very much for participating in this conference. Though you have time zone difference, which is about 9.5 hours to 10.5 hours, but still you woke up early and joined the conference, made it very successful. Thank you so much, and we look forward to again calling you in the next conference. When this lockdown is over, we may probably be able to organize face-to-face conference. We'll invite you to India, give your lecture. Thank you so much once again. Now back to you, Mr. Vijay Sachdeva.
Thank you so much. Now we have been joined by Preeti Malhotra, madam. Also, she is there.
Yes. I will request Preeti Malhotra and Mr. Shobhit Agrawal, and also Santosh Parashar and all other members, Mr. Debashish Ghosh, Mr. Vinod Kashyap, and others to join here to extend the vote of thanks. So over to you, Ms. Preeti and Mr. Shobhit.
Thank you so much, Vijay. Thanks a ton, and I really thank all the, I thank all the moderators, the chairmen, the panelists, the participants. We really hope you found the deliberations useful, and especially today's session, I think, was very interesting on emerging technologies and focused on technologies. And a very special thank you to Santosh Parashar and team. I think they put in a lot of very hard work. To my co-chairperson, Mr. Vijay Sachdev, to Mr. Shobhit Agarwal, the chairperson of the ASSOCHAM National Council for Internal Audit and Risk, to CA Vinod Kashyap. I know he put in so many efforts to get in the international speakers. Thank you all so much. Grateful to all for joining. Thank you.
Thank you, Preeti.
Thank you, Preeti.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists, speakers, especially the international speakers who've really taken out their time, despite the odd hours, and having committed. Mr. Kashyap, thank you so much for using your personal connects and getting them to the fore. I hope all the participants have really, taken a couple of learning points from all the deliberations that have been done. It's been really enlightening. Like, even our chief guest mentioned that there are so many things that I've learned out of all of these sessions, and that holds true for me as well. We take a lot of things for granted. When I was just being induced into the profession, I was told auditing is common sense and auditing is an art, and art forms keep getting better. And I'm sure if we use technology in the right way, it will really enhance what we can do and make ourselves more relevant for the business. So without speaking more than that, I would just hand it over quickly to Debashish to just conclude the remarks. Thank you so much, and I hope all enjoyed coming for this conference. And again, a special thanks to Santosh and his team for making this happen. Thank you.
Yeah.
Very much to all
Good
the
evening.
co-chairmen. Thank you. Thanks to all chairmen, co-chairmen for guiding me, for putting these efforts possible. This could be done possibly only when you all have supported me, you guided me, and my team has worked on. So nothing special about me. I have worked what I was supposed to be doing, and thank you very much, Shobhit Agarwal ji, Madam Preeti Malhotra ji, Vijay Sachdeva sir, Vinod Kashyap sir, and also Vijay Sachdeva ji, Debashish Ghosh sir, and the entire team and the members of the council, those who have been, guiding me to move forward. And I look forward many more such efforts to be putting forth, sir.
Yeah, Santosh, it was excellent. this conference with a global presence, and people are like enjoyed, I think, very much. The topics were unique and very interesting. I thank all of you, all the chairpersons and co-chairman, and also all the speakers, sponsors, for making this happen. I think it has been a fabulous experience, and we look forward to having more such conference in future with definitely interesting topics. My special thanks to Mr. Kashyap for getting us so many international stalwarts. Thank you, everybody. Have a great evening. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, entire team. My Aditya Birla, Anup Negi, entire IT team support you extended every time. Thank you very much.